All right. Welcome to the live stream, everybody. So good to have you here this Sunday morning. We've got people on the back end. We've got people on the front end. We've got a lot of other people who will be joining as the hours roll on, because today is a several-hour event. Come in, check in, play it whenever you want. Play it from the beginning, jump in on the middle. Really, it's just so you can get a kind of sense for what's going on at the Being and Time course at Theory Underground. So, with that said, though, I would recommend going back to the beginning, playing from the beginning forward, and also consider just playing this in the background while you do other things, right? This is ultimately stuff that is made for people who are multitasking, trying to get a sense for the lay of the land, ultimately trying to free their minds from toil, whether that be from working with their hands or playing video games. Who knows? Might be doing chores, whatever. However it is, welcome. I'm David McCarricker. I'm the host and founder here at Theory Underground. Being in Time Division 2 is a course that begins on January 6th, which is in the year 2024, coming up here pretty quickly. And what I'm going to be playing today, if you look over here, is something that is from Division 1, which was something we covered over the summertime. And so the reason I'm doing this is because there are people who are interested in signing up for Division 2, but they haven't done Division 1, or they've been doing it on their own and they haven't seen the lectures and they might not have a sense for what that's like. And so I want to give you a quick sort of sense for what it is. And I just got off work. I'm getting settled in. I've got to go freshen up and everything. And I'm going to do that while playing this. And I invite you to listen along. All right. So as you see here, once you actually go into the course, there's a bunch of different modules and there's a bunch of pre-course lectures. Now, I would like to also stream all of those in some kind of a marathon live stream. This would be like why you maybe shouldn't read Being in Time, 3 reasons we're reading Being in Time, Heidegger versus traditional philosophy of science, and then Heidegger on the 3 major discoveries of phenomenology and his radical critique of Husserl. These 4 pre-course lectures that I did over the course of April and June of 2023 this year are publicly available on the Theory Underground YouTube channel, but they're also here in the modules for the course. But yeah, let's skip ahead of all that, go to Chapter 1, Lecture 1.
Lecture, Chapter 1. Chapter 2, submit reading reflection for...
There we go. All right. Why did I do that? I have some kind of a thing, like an extension, I guess, on this browser that I don't really understand. But let's see here. Turn up the resolution as much as we can, and let's get it going. Hey, Andrew, I see you there in the chat. How's it going, man? Welcome. I'm just going to power through lectures 1 and 2 of the Being in Time Division 1 cohort from this summer. And this is all a way of setting folks up for what's to come. Here we go. Want that ability to exist because I want people who are late or not present to be able to catch up with the live streaming version of it. So for instance, let's just say that next week, Christopher is 45 minutes late. Something that he's able to do is pop in, say, hey, what's the link for this stream? I could share it to him. And then he could actually double speed or 1.5 speed to catch up, meaning that by the time we get to the discussion section of the lecture, you've already caught up. So in the previous lectures that have happened at Theory Underground, I failed to really integrate that feature and ended up creating a lot of extra work for myself in other ways. And the extra work I'm talking about was work like having to kind of edit, post-edit, and then upload, right? Post-editing and uploading is a big time sink, and I just don't have it. I just can't do it. And so this approach to just streaming it straight to being an on-demand resource. Skipping ahead here. Approach for things that I want to read a section. I will only even have to worry about it because
Well, it's on the syllabus. The reason I put it,
So I'm kind of skipping past some of the syllabus talk stuff. It doesn't really matter. I'm just going to skip ahead until I see the slide. Where is the slide? All right. My to be and our time. It should be right around here.
if this had been translated better, the word being and being in time would have probably been something along the lines of, oh, sorry, you all can't see the slide. You need to call me out on that shit. There we go. Now you can see it. Is that better, everyone? Nod your heads.
Yeah, I've been able to see the slide the whole time.
Oh, okay. Sorry, it was the OBS side that couldn't see it. And you're not watching on OBS. Derp. Okay, good. So you didn't have to call me out on it. Thank you. So if this had been properly translated, it would have been to be and time. Or it could have been the sense of to be and time. Or it could have been the meaning of what it is to be and time. So for now, just kind of keep that in mind. So this is the deep end of the pool, obviously, and we've already kind of touched on that. This is the hardest thing that you could be doing this morning or this week, outside of something harder like Deleuze or Lacan. But the difference between Heidegger and Deleuze or Lacan is that Heidegger, first of all, is a rite of passage to really understanding what those guys are doing. Secondly, and most importantly, because it's based in phenomenology, even though it's going to feel extremely abstract and jargonistic, there will be those moments of when it all clicks into place and you realize, oh, I actually see this in my daily experience. Because of that fact, I call this the best book for rapidly accelerating reading comprehension. I remember reading John Stuart Mill and thinking, this is fucking hard. And I was struggling to make sense of what he was saying because I was in a class where I had to really engage with what he was saying. And I was just like, am I really teasing out the argument? But then after wrestling with being in time, when I went back to John Stuart Mill, I felt like I was reading Alain de Botton, or whatever, however you say the School of Life guy's name, right? It's just popular. It just felt like a popular work of philosophy all of a sudden, even though, of course, it's very technical and rigorous. Because of that reason, I think that you're all doing the right thing. No matter where you are on your journey with philosophy, this is the best place to jump in. There is no beginning. There's never a proper beginning. And we'll talk more about that in a little bit. I've already touched on interpretation and the fact that this is kind of going to be about reading. But in a way, we could say that this is a course about reading. It's a course against reading in parentheses. Reading in parentheses is the thing that the attention economy, the commodification of books, and schooling as an industrial model has instilled in all of us, this idea that we got to start and then finish one book at a time, and that we should post about it on our Instagram or tell somebody, oh, I just read this book. The philosophical approach that we encourage here is one that says, when it comes to great works, there's no such thing as having read it until you've reread it. The first reading is just to get the lay of the land. The second reading is to ask yourself harder questions and see if you can put it in your own words exegetically, whether that's by writing line-by-line analyses or doing streams with any of us in groups of 2 or 3 where we actually, we read it aloud 70% of the time, 30% of the time we try to put it in our own words and see if we're actually making sense of it. The third reading is when you run it up against everything you know and critique it. People online, because they want to, they're in a hurry. They're in a hurry to make a name for themselves. They're in a hurry to distinguish themselves. They're in a hurry to start a media project, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The tendencies of the attention economy have us moving in a direction that skips over readings 1 and 2 and directly into reading 3. And reading 3 is a sort of anti-reading, which is why I put it in parentheses. It's missing the necessary conditions for a sufficient reading. So we have a variety of practices for countering the attention economy. One is very silly, very stupid. You're all going to think that it's ridiculous, except for a couple of you who might see the wisdom in it. And that is actually time-lapsing yourself reading. Because the thing that distracts me from reading is usually the attention economy anyway. So by posting my time lapses, say on Instagram, of me reading, several things are happening. I'm short-circuiting things. All of a sudden I become, so for instance, I normally am distracted from reading. Notifications, phone calls, text messages, thinking, oh, I should go post this, or I should check my email, or I should do X, Y, or Z chores. These distract me from deliberate, concerted effort interpreting texts and writing about it, right? The putting something on a tripod and time-lapsing yourself reminds you that it puts you into a different relation with that exact same big other, right? You got this big other that you're trying to appeal to. Well, now all of a sudden it's watching you like that panopticon effect, and it's judging you. It's already going to judge you because you're posting it online. So everyone's going to judge you for that. But it's also judging you for constantly getting distracted. And so actually you're kind of forced to focus. I don't know. I don't think that'll work for everybody, but it's an experiment. It works for me. And there's a thread on the forum call for pasting any videos of time lapses that you do. There will be over time achievements people can get on the site for X amount of time lapses. And time lapses are mostly considered to be something that you do for the first pass, the first reading. The second reading is when you can do an exegetical. Exegeticals, if you're interested in those, it's where you organize with other people who are interested in doing exegetical readings, or do it by yourself, and I already described it. You basically read it aloud and then talk about it. If you just did this with a camera on your own, you'd get a lot out of it. Doing it with Nance, doing it with Adam, doing it with Andrew, Nick, and any of us is going to be beneficial. People get a lot out of it. I'll let people make their own testimonials later, but also this video right here, all the people in the thumbnail of this video give their testimonials about why they think it's a valuable experience, and I will share that link with you all in a follow-up email or on the syllabus. Reflections are not mandatory if you're like auditing this course, but if you're actually interested in being a part of the discussion in sort of like a longer term, lifelong engagement with this community of minds, and you're actually thinking about writing on this stuff, the reflections are very good and they force you to get it together. I say in the syllabus, try to have your reflection up 2 days before the lecture. I didn't actually say that in the email that went out. In the email, I think I said just do it before the lecture. I think 3 or 4 people did. Suipake, if I'm saying your name right, I'm sorry, I'm probably butchering it. You can write it out phonetically with the English letters if you want to write it out phonetically in the chat. But Suipake, I really liked yours. I thought that yours was, you say, oh, I don't know anything about philosophy. I'm new to this text. I'm very confused. But then what you were able to do, teasing out from the actual text, was excellent. Like really good. I was very impressed. And so I think that the reading reflections is part of the writing process, part of the understanding it process. Exegeticals and reflections. If you have to pick one, I'm sorry, but you'll be better off than picking neither. If you do both, though, you're setting yourself up for success. Ultimately, the most important thing is the final project. The exegeticals and the reflections are, in a sort of sense, preparing you for the reflections. And I don't want you to have like this serious kind of pressure, like this idea that you actually have to do a final project to get into the anthology on this that would be ready by, say, the end of October or the end of November. Don't worry, that's not going to be true. This course, this cohort, you're basically helping me pioneer something that will be on demand for future cohorts. And basically, until there's a second cohort of people, we're not going to have an anthology on this topic. But there will be publication opportunities here as well as everywhere else for the rest of your life if you have a basis in this text, right? This is one of those texts that if you actually have a strong sense for it, you could write papers for the rest of your life in academic journals. You could do interventions in fields of anthropology, sociology, economics, anything in the humanities, because this has something to say about every field of the humanities and the natural sciences as well. Now, by show of hands, I'm curious how many of you might have seen.
I just want to say that if you're not bothered by the lip sync issues, then I'm happy for you. It's driving me crazy. And so I'm just not watching the screen, right? I was having a lot more sync issues during this time of the year. Pretty much between April and July, I kept having issues with that. I think I've got it basically figured out now. I hope that when you're saying, you're watching me say this, you're watching it in sync. I don't know. Anyway, I'll keep it going. Good to see you all in the chat there. Austin, Luis, Big Signorelli. Awesome. Anyone else in here? I know there's a few of you, but who else is here? What's up? What's up? Let's keep going.
Any of the pre-course lectures that I did with Nick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Who saw more than 3 of those lectures? So most of you haven't seen more than 3. A couple of you have. So I think that there's basically 4 pre-course lectures currently available. You can go to the resources section of the syllabus to see that.
I'm just speeding it up.
I would say the one that is potentially most interesting, if you're kind of wondering where this project comes from in the first place, is the one that's titled Heidegger versus traditional philosophy of science, right? That's the one that a lot of you probably saw as well. And that's the one that is based on history of the concept of time. If you're ever looking for Heidegger to kind of explain what he's talking about in his own words, but basically in plain speech, as opposed to the way that he writes in Being in Time, the place to go is going to be History of the Concept of Time, which is considered the companion text for this course. You could be using Being in the World by Hubert Dreyfus, where he wrote a whole companion to Division 1. That's the one that Mikey and I both used back in the day when we were studying Being in Time. But there's problems with it, and we'll get into problems with Dreyfus's approach, as well as why I encourage you all to, if you still have the time, watch his lectures. We'll get into that in a little bit. Finally, I already talked about showing up in performance, the hope or expectation that you'll keep the cameras on and book handy. I else to share your questions in the chat. And I think instruction are 2 things that
I'm
really
just
start
skipping
with
ahead
in a sort of very rigorous sense. Another is the idea of the interpretive. All right, he's coming from that. Heidegger. The difference between Heidegger's phenomenology and Husserl's is that Husserl is like kind of doing this mathematical logical thing. All right, he's coming from that. Heidegger is coming from a background in theology first. He left theology just like Nietzsche. He left theology to become an atheist philosopher. But what stuck with him that he got from Schleiermacher is the idea of the interpretation of texts and the importance of interpretation. So hermeneutics and deconstruction are 2 things that really start with Heidegger in a sort of very rigorous sense. And now they don't start with him, but he really gives them the name, and he really sets the standard and expectations, meaning that nothing Derrida does is intelligible outside of the idea of interpretation and deconstruction as developed by Heidegger. Nothing Gadamer or Ricoeur does is intelligible outside of what we all have here in our hands. You've got it all. This is the rite of passage to all of that stuff. I have a quote here from page 61. I'm wondering if anybody else is able to find it on the page. It starts with our investigation itself, page 61. It's the very bottom. Could somebody volunteer to read that paragraph starting at the top with regard to its subject matter, and then down to the bottom? You don't have to turn the page and read the rest.
I'll read it. I've got it.
Thank you.
Yeah. With regard to its subject matter, phenomenology is the science of the being of entities, ontology. In explaining the tasks of ontology, we found it necessary that there should be a fundamental ontology taking as its theme that entity which is ontologically distinctive, Dasein, in order to confront the cardinal problem, the question of the meaning of being in general. Our investigation itself will show that the meaning of phenomenological description as a method lies in interpretation.
Thank you. Now, none of you actually read that because you weren't supposed to read the introduction. I say that, but then I look at you all and I'm like, but did you? Did anybody actually read the introduction anyway? Lots of shaking heads. Raise your hand if you read it. Okay, so Andrew has read it, Nance has read it, I have read it, and I would just say that it is arguably the most important part of this book, but it's not an introduction in any proper sense of the word. Yes, there are things like this
Like like what Anne just read is amazing, right? Like that tells you everything all in one spot. That's a very succinct paragraph. With regard to its subject matter, phenomenology is the science of the being of entities, ontology. Okay? So phenomenology's subject matter is ontology. But we're not just doing ontology. In explaining the tasks of ontology, we found it necessary that there should be a fundamental ontology taking as its theme that entity which is ontologically distinctive. The point being, we cannot do a pure ontology without first doing a fundamental ontology of Dasein itself. And the reason is because we cannot ask the question of being without first asking ourselves, what is the sense of the question? These are interpretive moves. They're interpretive, deconstructive moves that are very powerful, and people who were sitting in the courses leading up to this book, and then once they actually held this book and read these words, they were profoundly impacted by this, and none of them ever read Husserl or anyone prior in the history of philosophy the same way. Hannah Arendt, Marcuse, Sartre, Levinas, Derrida, Foucault. These are all names of people, including Lacan, who are transformed by this process of interpretive phenomenology that he's calling fundamental ontology, but that ontologists from the history of philosophy would probably not accept as ontology. And that's because he's doing something that marks a radical rupture or departure or point of entry from anything that any other philosopher had ever done up until this point. Nietzsche, Kierkegaard, Schopenhauer, Pascal, the existentialist forefathers, they all touch on it in their own ways. And the people he lists off in this chapter 1, like Bergson, Schiller, Husserl, he mentions Jaspers at some point. I'm missing somebody out of that list of 4 names that I meant to list off. But all of these people, they were trying to get at something, but they didn't do it systematically, and they didn't do it in a way that starts with their point of departure being fundamental enough. That's what he claims, and I think that I agree with him. But the question of interpretation goes beyond how Heidegger is thinking of hermeneutics and includes stuff like German interpretation versus English translations versus Heideggerianese in the American scene. This gets way more complicated by the fact that Heidegger hated academic philosophy. He wanted to destroy academia. He says it explicitly in some of his lectures. He wants to build something different. And what he actually wants to build later on when he's actually saying this, it's kind of crazy. And we'll get into that eventually. But this idea that he hated academic philosophy, well, so did Jaspers. So did Nietzsche. So did Schopenhauer. Why? For all of these people, these proto-existentialists, it's because it's removed from real life. It's because the kind of subjectivity that is being dealt with is non-historical. It's the kind of subjectivity that it's dealing with doesn't change prior to or after World War I, when in reality, everybody who was present for World War I knows that nothing in the history of being will ever be the same. Right? If your theory of subjectivity doesn't change post-World War I, does it even have anything to do with what it is to be a human? For Heidegger, the question would be a hell fucking no. Now, obviously, he wouldn't speak that way, but he's not speaking in American English, American Standard English, or slang for that matter, but he is speaking in peasant slang. So this is the counter move to academic philosophy. Terms such as Zuhandenheit, which means readiness to hand. Zuhandenheit was a term already used by peasants to talk about things in their life world, talking about the hammer, the hoe, whatever. It's a tool that's ready to hand. Zuhandenheit, right? He turns that into a technical concept, right? So there's this difference between common vernacular in German and academic philosophical German. And that actually Hubert Dreyfus, the foremost American Heideggerian, would say is an advantage to us. For all of us reading the John McCurdy and Robinson edition or translation, that's a good thing for us, because a lot of academic German Heideggerians or people critiquing Heidegger are too removed from the actual vernacular that Heidegger is challenging academic philosophy with, right? He aims to start with things that are commonsensical and naive, and then give them the robustness and technical complexity of philosophical concepts. It's kind of like saying, what's a trope? What's a thing that people say? I'll pick on Nick. I've heard Nick say he hates when people say there's no there, right? The academic, maybe that's not fair. Maybe you haven't said that, Nick, so you'll have to nod your head or shake it. But I think you've said that you don't like it when people say there's no there. Anybody who studies English will learn that there's really sloppy ways of saying things and copy pasting things that replace thinking, right? And part of learning to be a better writer is to cut out those tropish kinds of things that people say, right? The kind of Dossmannian, doxological fucking bullshit that people spew out of their mouths. So we should have a sort of like revolt in our heart against certain kind of cliches that we hear. But Heidegger's move is to always say, there's something in that. There's something in that, and it's actually a pre-scientific, pre-phenomenological, pre-ontological insight that we can use as a point of departure to getting at something more real. Because people wouldn't say it if it wasn't working, if it wasn't doing something. And it's not just a thought terminating cliche. It's also borrowing from a deep insight. The reason that you're able to use it as a thought terminating cliche is because it actually borrows off of a deep insight. And so it actually works as a mode of passage through a lot of social situations, right? It's saying more than you're saying. So the critique of speaking this way in an unthinking way is just like, well, you're not really thinking that through. You don't have a basis in what's being meant. You don't have anything more substantive. You're just short-circuiting the thinking process and letting the supposed depth of this do it for you. Fair enough. But what Heidegger then shows us is that we can always go on a salvaging mission to the root of what is meant there, right? So I'll just do it with, when people say they're starting to doubt if there's a there. Of course, we can always, we can philosophically dignify it and make it something genius, right? But we actually have to do the work to do that. The work to do that would be to say, what is the there that is being referenced? If it's, for instance, the term culture war, people go, I'm not really sure that there's a there outside of a spectacle, right? If you actually open up that can of worms and talk about the reasons why there is a there, but then also get into the reasons why there's not a there, let's just say you take Hegel's four judgments, that whole apparatus, and then apply it to the there being referenced when someone says that. You've got a robust philosophical inquiry underway if you do that, right? That's how Heidegger should be thought of, as someone who's always making that move with everything. And he's basically consolidated the German peasant vernacular and experiences that he grew up around. He's taking that all into some kind of like a set of assumptions that he's thought through to some degree, and then he's applying it to a full frontal assault on the history of academic philosophy. So that's why at the first bullet point on this slide, it says German versus English translations versus Heideggerianese. Those are all complicated enough problems. Then we get into academic versus common. That's a more complicated problem, right? It's an interpretative nightmare, since the people who are translating this are not German peasants. They're academics. And then there's the question of then versus now. I have the quote, "You don't even know what's going on if you get this wrong." Who am I quoting? I'm quoting the subtext to something that Hubert Dreyfus and Samuel Lonkar both say. If you actually watch their lectures on Heidegger, they will both say it at various points. I think that I've even heard Mikey say it. But the idea is it's almost a rhetorical move for students who are trying to pay attention and really get the point. If you say, here's the point, without this, you don't fucking know what's going on in this book, right? Everyone who teaches this book says that. And everybody has their own interpretive / translation a sort of approach and various issues that they're focusing in on. I don't want you to be distracted by that. I don't want you to give up hope because of that. Like, what I mean is, you could feel so overwhelmed to say, well, I'm not trying to interpret and translate for the rest of my life because I'm not that committed to this project. I just really want to kind of get a grasp of this book. Is it pointless? Is there no there? Interpretation is the there. And learning to do it is what we're all learning to do together here. So that's my point. At the bottom of this thumbnail on the left is a thumbnail from Samuel Lonkar's series that he's done on Heidegger. And on the right is a thumbnail. Does anybody recognize it? Raise your hand if you recognize it. Ah, Max knows. It's Hubert Dreyfus, his 2007 series on Division 1 of Being and Time. It's freely available on YouTube. You can listen to it. You'll love it. If you are crazy obsessive and you listen to both of these things that they're both doing, and then you get you just go as deep as you can in these two interpretive approaches to this text, you will not be missing out. In fact, that will just enrich everything you're doing. If you don't have the time and energy for that, I aim to bring to you both perspectives at various points. What is the two perspectives that I'm signifying with these two thumbnails? On the right, being Hubert Dreyfus, it is the understanding of Heidegger in pragmatic terms. Kind of thinking about Heidegger as a pragmatist. Definitely not thinking that his politics has anything to do with his philosophy. Definitely not thinking that his, even prior to his joining the Nazi Party in 1933, thinking, oh, well, none of his presuppositions about German nationalism, superiority, etc. None of that really factors in here, right? Hubert Dreyfus does not read this text in that way. Samuel Lonkar reads him as a repressed Catholic, through and through. You know, he's a philosopher of religion, first and foremost. He's an atheist Christian of sorts. Kind of, I mean, not in the way that Zizek is an atheist Christian, but Samuel Lonkar's entire approach is to say that the only people who really talk about philosophy of religion are usually religious people. The people who are really, really into philosophy usually don't take religion seriously. Yet at the same time, most of the philosophers have deep-seated presuppositions that are instilled by religion. And so he wants to read religion as an indication of some kind of psychological disposition or tendency in the human species to myth make and make sense of our lives using images and things. But he also uses class and thinks about the way that these things can serve the reproduction of class in a capitalist society. So I think what Samuel Lonkar is doing is interesting, but I caution against reading Heidegger just as a repressed Catholic, because I also see people do this with Nietzsche, right? The idea being that this is an inherently religious way of doing critical philosophy, even though it's, you know, explicitly atheistic. I mean, here's an example. Would the death of God really matter if you hadn't, prior to that realization, already have had very strong beliefs in the existence and centrality of God in our culture? Like the fixation on the death of God and being the sort of canary in the coal mine, like Nietzsche was what was his whole life, doesn't make sense unless he actually was profoundly impacted by the belief in God at some point, right? So it's like you could say it's a trauma, right? Death of God trauma. In a similar way, anti-leftists and post-leftists are not just right. They're specifically oriented towards the left. So if they say that the left is dead, they're going through their own version of the death of God, but with the left, right? That is to say that they're not just questioning this master signifier. This master signifier is still orchestrating everything in their discourse, right? It is still their master signifier. It's just come under question, and that's causing a trauma. So the reason I don't want to boil down our reading of Heidegger to a repressed Catholic or a proto-Nazi is because we want to give the devil his due on his own terms, and the way to do that with Kant as well as Heidegger or any philosopher is to actually take them at their word that they're doing pure philosophy. It is on the second to third readings that we can come back and start really asking those questions about, well, what does their historical context say? What does the biographical details that we've discovered actually say? But like really, there's no point doing that yet, because otherwise you're going to be picking apart something that's not meant to be picked. It's not meant to be picked at. You're not supposed to take this one proposition at a time as in analytic philosophy. You're supposed to try to put his shoes on and walk in them for a few months, and then we'll all kind of extricate ourselves from those shoes later. The last thing I would say about that is just like beware. If you are looking for the Nazi under every sentence throughout this text, something that will rapidly accelerate and rest your mind at ease in various ways, that entire process would be to watch what Nance and I have done in the last week and a half on that topic. So far, Adam is the only person who's gone fully down that rabbit hole, unless Max. How much of that did you watch, Max?
Probably 1/3.
1/3 of one of the 12-hour videos, or 1/3 of the two 12-hour videos?
1/3 of the 12-hour.
Ah, cool. So there's basically two 12-hour videos and a short version that's about an hour and 15 minutes where we try to tell you everything you need to know. But I did that as an aside, so it's a supplementary resource for anybody who's got the questions about the Nazism. But outside of what I've said here, we're not coming back to that. Not for months. Ken, take care, man, and you'll be able to watch this on demand. You've got the link, bro. Take care. All right, now it's time for the Chapter 1 lecture overview.
All right, I'm gonna just say a couple things here. You know, this was the original plan. Whenever this was originally, this was like in March. Yeah, so March 2023. This was the original plan. I do end up getting a bit more into the Nazism question in this actual lecture course than originally planned. But I think it just makes sense to do it at the time that I do it. Especially because reading being a time in light of having read Heidegger and Ruins with Nance, that was you can't unsee what you've seen, you know, and so I do bring that in, but I do also curb most of those discussions for another time, because I do want that to be a more concerted inquiry on its own terms, separate from our attempt to read Being in Time on its own terms. So, yeah, and then we've got Jordan in the chat. Good to see you, Jordan. How you doing, man? Great to see you all here today. Got Chad Gilbert is in the chat. Good to see you, man. Terrence, aka Agent Swarm, in the chat. Great to have you, man. He is, Terence Blake is a scholar of French theory, who's lived in France now for, I don't know, I think like 30 years or something. And he is currently doing a live translation read through of a work that's not been translated into English yet. So he's actively translating it into English, and it's basically a set of interviews done with Slavoj Žižek. That's what he's talking about there in the chat. So go ahead and check that out if you want to. But all right, I'm gonna get back to it. Enjoy.
Okay, in a sort of sense.
Oh, and I'm slowing it back
everything that was
down
set up until this point could be clipped
to
as
normal
the
speed.
getting set up portion of the Theory Underground course when it's on demand, and then what follows from here is lecture 1. So what just happened up until this point was syllabus day, and what happens after this point is lecture 1. And as I said, the goal is to get through it relatively quickly, but I also want to encourage you all to skip out whenever you have to. Don't worry though, this thing cannot go longer than 2 more hours, because Anne and I have to go to a wedding, which is why I look so snazzy today. So the lecture overview. We're going to talk about the question of the meaning of being, preparation for the question. The asker is Dasein. Talk about what Dasein is. Refusing the bait of tradition. Ontical versus ontological. ontology of presence, presence at hand, existentialia versus categories. I'm not going to take you through this text in a linear progression. These were 9 pages, easy to reread. They get easier to read every time you go back to them. Like Andrew. Did Andrew leave? He had to go for duty. Andrew's read the chapter 1 like 5 times. I've probably read it like 10 times. It's one of the most. Every time you go back over it, you see something new, and one of the things that you start to see in it is its brilliance. At first, it just seems arbitrary why he's saying what he's saying, but as you begin to understand the overarching project as well as the context from which it emerges, this is one of the best written chapters for introducing a philosophical project in the history of philosophy. But right now, we're going to focus in on specific quotes that help us get to the heart of things that are going to be present throughout the rest of the text, like ontical versus ontological. So chapter 1, the question of the meaning of being. Who would like to read from the very beginning? This was not assigned. It is the quote from Plato. Don't read the Greek, please, but it's from page 1 of part 1 of the introduction. Okay, so I just got the DM that people are able to see on the OBS side, and I didn't realize you all couldn't see me. I'm fucking sorry. Let me fix that right now. Let's see if this would work. So I don't.
When you use the
let me try to give you a doorway in, or a welcome mat into the discourse. The background conditions of intelligibility are language, our culture, our historical context, right? What Heidegger will call thrownness into our historicity, thrownness into our facticity, which is just to say the historicalness of your being here right now, right? It's not random. It's not arbitrary. Yeah, it is from this hypothetical God's eye view that's objective and doesn't care about humans. But from the human standpoint, it's non-arbitrary that we're here, or that you're perceiving this now. You are, in a sort of sense, phenomenologically experiencing this as the center of the world right now, but you're not coming at this as like a Cartesian subject out of a void. We've not got some kind of a strict division between your mind and your body. You are here in history, in your context. And so this idea that we have to think about the word being throughout this text as the conditions of possibility is useful, because that's a big part of what's going on here, and Hubert Dreyfus will help you see that. But the word being, most of the time when it's translated through this text, or a good portion of the amount of time that it's being translated, is being conflated with another word for being. So there's the way that we would use the word being in American Standard English, just existing, right? And then there's also this word that is supposed to indicate the sense of the word being, the meaning of being. And because those two things are being conflated throughout this text, whenever you see uppercase B, being, even though that means that it's a proper noun in German, it's a problem to think of it as a proper noun, because we're not talking about a definite thing, some definite entity. We're talking about the sense of the meaning of this word being. It's really confusing at first when you start thinking about it, but hermeneutically and deconstructively, it's one of the most powerful things to do. Otherwise, why would Bill Clinton have done it? Why would he have said, well, it depends on what we mean when we say is? Like, what is the meaning of is, right? When he was on trial for the Monolowski stuff, like he tried to pull some Heidegger, right? What's up, Adam?
So would this be like analogous to the kind of big A, little a in Lacanian, like the the difference between big other, little other, where it's a kind of extimate versus literally external?
That's a really good question. I would bookmark it for now and just kind of keep it there, because at the point that any of us is able to write a convincing case for how to bring these two things together, then we'll be able to get published because it'll be badass. And right now, I would say there's a strong possibility, even if that's not true, figuring out and writing out why that's not true is the kind of stuff that deserves to be published, right? That kind of comparative stuff between Heidegger and Lacan is one of the most important things that I hope to see develop for the people who take this course and then take the courses that we'll be doing on Lacan within the next couple of years. So,
but it's fair to say then, though, that there is a definite difference between little b being and big B being, and one of them, big B being, means the meaning inherent to itself. Little b being is more the colloquial sense of being. Is that accurate?
With a caution, with caution, yes, that's accurate. And the reason I say with caution is because I am in part saying that there's a problem with the translation that we're holding. And so what I want you to do is feel conflicted and unsure and confused. I don't want you to feel like you for sure got that one figured out. Yeah, exactly. Well, we're all in good company then. Because Heidegger already wants you to feel perplexed about the word being. It's something that you're constantly taking for granted, right? You're constantly taking being for granted. You go downstairs and say, someone says, "Where's my coat?" You say, "Oh, it is on the chair." It is on the chair? Okay, so what do you mean? Do you mean that it exists on the chair? Or does it, like how I do, does it exist? Right? Like, I exist. The chair is just like, it's there. You know, the coat on the chair, it's just there. Right? But we are being there. Right? Being there is different than just it's there. Right? So the there, going back to the, is there a there? In terms of the kind of being that asks the question about what the fuck we even mean by being, it is being there. This is the direct translation of Dasein. It's being there. But if this was better translated, it would be more clunky. It would be something along the lines of the purposeful, questioning meaning or questioning of the meaning of the to be of the being that's there. That would be a terrible title for this book, right? The question concerning the being of the being that has a to be in the there and time. The perfect title. Let's go with that. We'll come back to the idea of essence in a moment. So the goal is to be perplexed. So don't look for an easy answer. For now, I would just say the difference between lowercase and uppercase b is mostly that when being is being used non-uppercase, it's more like the word is. And when the word is being used with the uppercase b, we're talking about the meaning of the is. And another way of reading it, which is also very useful, and I think that Hubert Dreyfus emphasizes this, as did the professor who first led me through this book, it is that almost anytime you're reading the word being, uppercase B, throughout this, you could be reading being possible in an active sense. So it's the sense of being, but it's also the idea of being possible. The to be of being is in its possibility, right? So a phenomenological deduction that we can get from the fact that we're not just here existing in some kind of like neutral sense, but that we're always doing it actively, is that we choose how we be. We choose to be every day, right? Now, of course, most of that feels unconscious. It's habit. We just go through the motions. We were taught how to do it. And in that sense, it might be inauthentic. But we have the possibility of finding the possibilities that are most ours, that no one else can do. There's things that each of you can do in this life that no one else can do. And in a sort of sense, you will feel like you got ripped off. You ripped yourself off because you didn't follow those through. And in a sort of sense, the world will be poorer because you didn't follow through on that calling, right? So I always use the example of a doctor. Everyone in your whole life told you should be a doctor. You never even questioned it, right? And now here you are. You have a good family, good home life. You have a home, unlike most of us. You know, you're pretty much set up. And then all of a sudden you go, I've never actually lived my life. I've never actually actively chosen anything. Now that all sounds very existentialist. And I think Bergson and Dilthey and Nietzsche and Kierkegaard and Pascal and Sartre and Camus would all agree. Where Heidegger breaks from them all, though, is your Dasein is not your individuality. This is where he's a proto-totalitarian thinker. Your Dasein is collective. Dasein is meant to collapse the distinction between individual and collective. And there's really, really good shit that comes with that collapsing, deconstructively, hermeneutically, what it helps us see, absolutely awesome, but also dangerous, right? And we'll bracket that for the time being and come back to it in a little bit. I already talked about what we're doing is interpretive phenomenology. This is juxtaposed to transcendental metaphysics. Dilthey, Bergson, Husserl, Schiller, Jaspers, Nietzsche, Kierkegaard, all were fierce critics of transcendental metaphysics, but Heidegger doesn't think any of them went fundamental enough in challenging transcendental metaphysics. And moreover, they take Kant at his word that we can't talk about fundamental reality from within the phenomenal. He says, no, we can actually go off of the phenomenal itself and make deductions that help us get at a fundamental ontology. We're not doing metaphysics. We're not talking about anything transcendental. We're working purely within the realm immanent to the phenomenal domain of existence and experience, but we are able to deduce general structures of our mode of being in the world. Those are called existentialia. We'll get back to them. But in a sense, yes, this is an existentialism that is anti-individualism, and that's why he doesn't like existentialism, right? It took me probably 8 years to figure that out. Really, like if you just want individualist existentialism, all the other names already listed are going to be good for that. But what he's doing is fundamentally opposed to that tradition. Because it's not about your own most possibilities as an individual. It's about your own most possibilities as what you are. And what you are is not just an individual. Right? So a person might say, well, I'm 45 years old. I've never done anything for myself. I have a whole family. I've been a doctor this whole time. I'm fucking over it, man. I'm going to go do BDSM for the next 10 years and explore my asshole with other people. And you leave your family and you leave your home and you leave your career and you just participate in pure hedonism. Okay? This is liberation at the individual level. And all of us, because we're Americans or influenced by American culture to some degree, probably have some sense of like freedom means doing me. Right? Heidegger would say that's bullshit. Okay, and so in a sense, we're challenging something that we all take for granted. Preparation for the question, I don't want to dwell on this one too long, but I just cannot highlight enough that with Husserl and Heidegger, these are the two guys whose entire life is spent preparing to do something that they never really follow through on. But the preparation that they do to do the thing that they are eventually trying to get the courage to take on full frontal, like a full frontal assault on whatever it is that they've said that they set out to do, it's a preparation that we value them for. I have this quote from History of the Concept of Time. We must free ourselves from the prejudice that these matters must be apprehended all at once without any preparation. If you want to read up on that section later, go over it. he talks about it there, but Husserl spends a lot of time talking about it as well. And the basic point is that phenomenology is a method of preparation for describing existence. It's not just describing existence, it's methodologically very carefully describing existence. So why does it have to be so careful? Why can't we just describe existence? Why can't we just sit back in our chair and say, all right, I'm going to do a fundamental ontology phenomenologically, I'm just going to describe existence. And the point is that we all come with our standpoint, and that our standpoint is not neutral. Our standpoint has our presuppositions, our prejudices, our historicity, our facticity, our predetermined interpretive tendencies, ideology, doxa, common sense. Every one of these words that I just said could be said to be synonyms of one another, but they all have fundamentally different meanings for some of you, which is why I listed them all off, because I'm trying to etch out the whole elephant, right? And so basically, standpoint is everything. This is a move that becomes taken for granted later on with identity politics. Standpoint epistemology. It becomes like the critique of all metaphysics and all epistemology and all analytic philosophy. Heidegger is basically the first most rigorous thinker of the problem with that. Now, the problem with people who tend to speak from their standpoint and think they can represent their group when they do so is that they don't have a rigorous method for bracketing their own presuppositions. And in fact, they might have a sense of like, oh, the way I see things is a fundamental thing that nobody else sees. In most cases, it's not, right? But if you want your fundamental standpoint to bring a radical new perspective to the table, you're going to want to practice a more deliberate approach to doing that. So my basic point is that Husserl and Heidegger are holding themselves to impossible standards, and a lot of what's most frustrating about them is the direct product of them succeeding, which is to say they're trying to describe experience, so when it clicks, it'll feel intuitive to you, but it's not going to feel intuitive for a while. It's going to feel disorienting because they are trying to do everything they can to counter the interpretive baggage that has come with academic philosophy up to that point. What's up, Nick?
Yeah, I really like what you're getting at here, and I just wanted to share a thought that came to me while you're explaining sort of this idea of, like, let's say unpacking your presuppositions, grappling with your standpoint, and how, a superficial reading of what you're saying might lend itself to like this idea of like, oh, so I need to like do an inventory of all my inherent biases and, sort of like therapy culture bullshit. But the whole point is that like, well, that only goes so far because there's still this notion that like, well, okay, after I unpack all of my inherent biases, I'll still be me. I'll just be a better version of myself. But it's like what I feel like Husserl and Heidegger are getting at here is that no, like the kind of like disassembling that you need to do, and I guess you wouldn't call it ideology, but the kind of disassembling that you need to do to grapple with these like conditions of possibility, you can no longer reconstitute yourself as what you were or what you thought you were, or a self at all, in a sense. And that's what it's depersonalizing. It's like deeply depersonalizing, I think. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. And that's actually part of his critique of personalistic philosophy, right? He talks about it with Bergson, and he talks about it with Schiller. And I think he even talks about it with Husserl, even though if you read Husserl, nothing about it feels personalistic, but it is individualistic. It's always taking the cogito as its point of departure, like with Descartes. And, Descartes is a profound Cartesian. And, sorry, did I say Descartes is a profound Cartesian? I meant Husserl is a profound Cartesian. Everyone's clapping. That was the slip of the day. You can all quote me on your social medias. Dave says that Descartes was a profound Cartesian. Was he the first, though? That's the real question. I have a quote at the end of 75. Nance, can you read it? Last quote of 75. I'm going to step away as you read it.
All right, I gotta find page 75. Hold on one second. The PDF is horrible because there's like multiple page numbers on each page.
I went into Acrobat and added 2 blank pages to make it match up with the actual pagination.
That's genius, by the way. You'll have to file share that to me, and I'll file share it to everybody else. And what I would just say really quick before we do it, the page number on the right-hand side of the paragraphs, like on the it's just like on the actual edge there. That's the original German. So you only need this if you have the actual original German edition, and you're sitting there doing a comparative study. If you're on that level, hats off to you. Most of us are not that deep in the German yet. And so, but yeah, it's just the 75 at the top of the page. And sorry, the 75 that shows at the top of the page, but the quote is the paragraph at the bottom.
In suggesting that anthropology, that one?
Yeah.
Okay. In suggesting that anthropology, psychology, and biology all fail to give an unequivocal and ontologically adequate answer to the question about the kind of being which belongs to those entities which we ourselves are, we are not passing judgment on the positive work of these disciplines. We must always bear in mind, however, that these ontological foundations can never be disclosed by subsequent hypotheses derived from empirical material, but that they are always there already, even when that empirical material simply gets collected. If positive research fails to see these foundations and hold them to be self-evident, this by no means proves that they are not basic or that they are not problematic in a more radical sense than any thesis of positive science can ever be.
Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. I want to highlight the word collected for you all. It is italicized by the author. Now that I'm going to reread it with thinking about this word collected. We must always bear in mind, however, that these ontological foundations for psychology, anthropology, etc., can never be disclosed by subsequent hypotheses derived from empirical material, but that they are always there already, even when that empirical material simply gets collected. There is a difference between collecting a body of data or information about humans and the actual humans that are there. Right? That's obvious. Right? There's obviously a difference between the signifier and what is signified. Right? What is being signified by human versus these signifiers and all of the information put in order. But what order is that information being put in? It's being collected and it's being put in order. But as the top of this slide says, the first bullet point, standpoint projection. We assume what is searched for. We go out into the field ethnographically or ethnologically, anthropologically, sociologically, right? We go out into the field with an idea already in mind for what we're looking for. Now, the goal of science is obviously to, in some sense, counter that tendency, right? But there's also no countering it at a certain level. If you go and you look at the tribe through the lens of individualism, you're going to think about what are these people's possibilities as individuals, right? You're not thinking about them in their collectivity, maybe the way that they understand themselves, though, right? If you go out and you think in terms of, well, freedom is liberty for the individual who has rights against the coercive force of the collective, traditional liberal modernism, you're going to be viewing the ethnographical subject through such a lens. But there's a there over and beyond the signifier. Okay? How good of a job are these signifiers doing in signifying what's actually there when we do anthropology? or psychology? Well, if you have this standpoint of supreme suspicion regarding all individualism and modernism, all of it is suspect. So obviously there's positive contributions made to the field, but there's something missing. Okay. And the point is that if there's a there that's not reducible to the way that the information has been collected and put in order for us, the question is, does it have its own natural order? And I use the word natural very loosely. I'm just saying, is there an order to it that is over and above or contradicts the way it's been put in order by researchers? Okay. The quote that goes really well with this is on the last page, 77. Anne, are you able to pull up 77 and read the part that begins with, "We shall not get," and then that part ends with "presupposed in it"? It's just like 6 lines.
Yeah, I think I've got it. We shall not get a genuine knowledge of essences simply by the syncretistic activity of universal comparison and classification. Subjecting the manifold to tabulation does not ensure any actual understanding of what lies there before us and as thus set in order. If an ordering principle is genuine, it has its own content as a thing, I'm not going to read that, which is never to be found by means of such ordering, but is already presupposed in it.
Perfect.
So if one, is it?
That's it. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
And I think the first couple times I read this, it didn't really click for me. Syncretistic activity is what the hell does he mean by this? Universal comparison and classification, that makes a little bit more sense. But subjecting the manifold to tabulation, what does that mean? The syncretistic activity of subjecting the manifold to tabulation is really just to say the sort of neutral collecting of all facts, all and every fact, as though the being of lemurs is as pertinent to the being of to us as the being of humans, right? Not to mention, if the facts that you're collecting, if the syncretistic activity of reducing everything to numbered categories that are prioritized in some way, or levels everything into the same kind of being, right? Like, however you go about that, it comes with metaphysical epistemological baggage. Both. Adam says thing not equal to some of its parts. Exactly. And to go a step beyond that, does the thing have an actual ordering principle? Or is it purely arbitrary? Foucault takes this and runs with it in his On the Order of Things. The whole book is about the ordering principles that science will operationalize to support whatever power is in place, right? I highlight these two parts toward the end of the chapter here up front because I think it is the perfect context for why we have to prepare ourselves to even ask the question. This is what he's countering. It's also what Husserl was trying to counter. I have this bullet point called unintentional value with a question mark. Unintentional value? The critical research period. And that's just to say that the research program itself, because they set themselves an impossible task and because they are so rigorous, the preparatory analysis becomes more important than anything he does in the rest of his life. In 1933, he just appropriates his achievements from this period of his life towards political ideology, right? But the point is that it's the critical period through the development of this work that he calls a preparatory analysis that is his most long-standing contribution to philosophy. And this is from the period where he is doing philosophy. Later on, he's doing what he calls thinking, and it's not philosophy. He's doing a form of anti-philosophy at that point, and it's more poetic. So there are people who have a huge problem with periodizing Heidegger. I have a huge problem with them. And that can be a theme of our after chats. But for now, I'll just put that out there as I have a strong interpretive bias. I do believe that it's justified. I do believe that there's a strong and distinct difference between the Heidegger of this period and his later thinking. And I think it is of the supreme value to the field. Lastly, Dasein is its to be. I've already touched on this. A decision, not a pure thinking. This is the section on Dasein, though, where we'll get into it. I don't want to beat this dead horse because I feel like it's the one thing that you're all probably most familiar with when it comes to being in time. The quote here is from page 26 of the introduction, where he says, "In which entities is the meaning of being to be discerned? From which entities is the disclosure of being to take its departure?" Right? Obviously, there's this big move for people who believe in mind-body dualism as well as the subject-object divide, that only through deriving scientifically a strong notion for what is fundamentally objective are we to then derive the actual meaning of things. But meaning is a human word. And subject-object is a human projection. Subject-object is a thought experiment. Subject-object is a heuristic device. But subject-object gets taken as fundamental metaphysics by people who think that physics is fundamental metaphysics. It gets a little bit more complicated with quantum mechanics. It gets a little bit more complicated with string theory. It gets a little bit more complicated in various ways. But what you're doing at that level is a region of being that is being analyzed, right? You're analyzing a region of being. It has its own criteria for evidence, and there are other regions of being that are disclosed to Dasein that get opened up and explored by Dasein, right? And those other regions might have their own standards of evidence. This is something that Heidegger talks about in the history of the concept of time. Now, I'm going to kind of run over these bullet points, but I want you to be able to say your thing first, Adam. What's up?
Just a little housekeeping, man. Take that slide, drag it down about 50 pixels so we can see that on the stream.
Thank you. It's very important. Got it. So preparation to ask the question of being, which is the history of philosophy and then also science, purports itself to be asking that question about being. Preparation to do it properly means that we really have to have a whole book that thinks as rigorously about the asker of the question and the kind of meaning implicated by asking it as we do the question itself. So the question about the question as the precondition for being able to get at it at all is the preparation work. But that's what makes this book so special. It's because it's about us. And we love us, right? It's great. It's nice that it's about us. Philosophers usually write books that aren't about us. This book is about us. It's fucking badass. Dasein's a proper point of departure for asking the question of being because it is the thing that asks the question. It's defined by the being there who's asking the question. So whenever someone says, well, what is Dasein? It's the being who's there asking the question. And then someone says, well, I'm asking the question. Welcome to the club, Dasein. The problem is with this word I. What is being presupposed with this word I? And does that word in some way obscure what's going on with Dasein? Heidegger would say yes. Being possible versus being present at hand or ready to hand. Now, you'll have seen a couple of points when the word presence at hand or the term presence at hand or being present at hand shows up. For instance, on 75, if you look on the second paragraph in the middle, the italicized part says being present at hand. Then the quote with that says being is rather conceived. Oh, this is in the middle of the quote. The two sources which are relevant for the traditional anthropology, the Greek definition and the clue with which theology has provided. Those are his two sources from traditional anthropology, the Greeks and the medievals, right? Indicates that over and above the attempt to determine the essence of man, in quotes, as an entity, the question of his being has remained forgotten, and that this being is rather conceived as something obvious or self-evident in the sense of the being present at hand of other created things. There's a fundamental conflation of categories that happens with the Greeks and it happens with the medievals. Now, of course, the medievals will say that man is made in the image of God. And the ancients will say we are the rational animal. Sorry, that quote was page 75, the paragraph at the top. And I read just the first long sentence of it. But he does say that every rigorous analysis to try to understand ourselves or what it means to be is of value and makes discoveries. But because it didn't rigorously enough form the question in the first place, all of them fail. For now, I'll just say that Dasein is not the rational animal, nor is it something made in the image of God, nor is it a mind, body, soul. It's not spirit. It's not an individual. It's not the subject. The point is for this to be a placeholder that we're going to fill in over time. We're bracketing out all of those other terms and creating a spaceholder here. Good night, sweet Paquet, by the way. I know you're already gone, but you'll see this after the fact. I know it's probably like really early in the morning for you right now, or like whatever. It's probably like 5 in the morning. I think you're in Hong Kong or something, so yeah, whatever time it is, get to bed. Being possible versus being present at hand. This is the most intuitive thing in the world once it clicks for you. I'm holding some vitamins up towards the camera. These are present at hand. Literally present in my hand. But to say to hand is important because it doesn't have to be in my hand. It's present to my hand. Everything in this room is present to my hand, right? Sorry, I'm emphasizing this word to, and I shouldn't be doing that because it's present at hand. In fact, I even have a note on the next slide, I think, where I'm going to go into this. The word to is to active. It's only really to hand when it's ready to hand, right? That's the active word, to. It's ready.
The fact that I just butchered that drives me crazy so much. I think it kind of counts as a slip, right? Like, because I was preempting where I was actually taking the conversation. But yeah, this pen, if it's just something I'm looking at, then it's like it's passive in the sense that I'm looking at it, right? But if it's something that I'm using and I don't even have to think about it, I just grab it and put it to use, the word to comes into play. At versus to. Crucial distinction. I kind of butchered it there, but we'll keep it going. What's up, everybody? We've got some new people who've joined. Great to have you all. Let's keep going.
To hand. When it's present at hand, it could just be anywhere that is present to you, right? Like, oh, it's just present. Everything in this room that I can look around at, it's present at hand. At is passive, to is active. Readiness to hand means that these are things that you're using. Present at hand means that they are objects of analysis. We are the ones who ask the questions and use the tools. We are not, in our essence, readiness to hand or presence at hand. But if your manager is like, oh, someone needs to sweep that floor. Christopher, sweep that floor. He's using you as though you're ready to hand. And then the doctor comes in the room and says, you have a broken knee? Let's try to get that figured out. He starts analyzing your knee that is broken down. He's analyzing it as present at hand. So yeah, we can analyze our thoughts as present at hand. They don't have to be in the empirical room. You can imagine a unicorn. It's present as you imagine it, right? So philosophy has tended to deal with things in the mode of presence at hand, and to treat human beings as though they are present at hand. But if that was true, then everything I need to know about my grandma could be derived by analyzing her corpse. That's not going to work. I actually have to talk with her. And if I missed the opportunity to really ask her very serious questions before she passed on, then there's a negation to something. There's like something I have to sit with and that I'll live with for the rest of my life, right? That is because humans are something more than their present at hand embodiment. And there's something more than how we might use them in a strict sense of like utility. So you should be thinking of use value, utility, tools, readiness to hand. It's active use as opposed to passive being present and being analyzed in this sort of neutralizing, attempting to be objective gaze. Okay? But what kind of being are we if we're not just being present at hand or ready to hand? We're being possible, right? We have a to be to make a choice about. Every moment of every day, there's the possibility of making some kind of a choice. That possibility of being able to break the course of your life and go in some other direction is inherent to what you are, to such an extent that he says that our essence is our to be. Our essence is not our present at hand features. Our essence is our to be. That's not something that you can put under a microscope. My horizon of possibilities cannot be put under a microscope or derived in a lab. Your horizon of possibilities that comes from your unique experiences, well, what makes them unique? Your particularity, right? Not your universality. Obviously, in a sort of sense, those particularities become something that you do with your universality because you do participate in the universal. But those change what's on the horizon of your possibilities in terms of what's most yours. He will say own most, right? So our being possible is our essence. The quote from page 68 says, Dasein has always made some sort of decision as to the way in which it is in each case mine. That whole thing about it's always in each case mine. It's so disorienting because you'll never read a philosopher in any serious treatise ever use the word mine. This is the first time in the history of philosophy that someone keeps saying it's mine. And then it's weird to read it because you think that Heidegger's saying that it's his, but he's not doing it in that sense. He's doing it in the sense of for each Dasein, it's always dealing with its possibilities in reference to this idea of mineness, possessiveness, ownership. But remember, not individualism. Okay. Finally, any way in which we are, in quotes, is merely a possible way in which we are. Not necessary, but chosen. People hate being judged by something they did or have been when you're not looking at who they are, who they've become, the things that they are actively doing, right? It's one of the weird things about old friends. They always remember you for like who you were. Sometimes they want to still get to know who you now are. But if they don't really care about who you now are, there's still something special. You still both share something special, some deeper insight into the where you have been. But that where you have been, or that who you currently are, that's not necessary. You could change it right now. Anne could go shave her head. Nance could take off his headset. Whatever. I mean, I'm using empirical, ontological kinds of things that you could change right now. But you could also change your career path. You could change your relationship status. You could change your religious affiliation, your political standpoint. These are things that are not essentially you outside of the fact that you choose them. And if you haven't chosen them, then that's going to bring in this idea of inauthenticity, which we will get back to. I'm going to basically skip this whole slide about refusing the bait of tradition because I do think I've already touched on it enough. Basically, The one thing I didn't say is that modernity is incoherent in that it's a tradition of anti-tradition. Why are philosophers who are modern, who think of themselves as no longer belonging to a tradition, reading everything through the epistemological and metaphysical baggage of Descartes and Kant? Right? If there's a fundamental crisis of the sciences over the last 200 years of progress since the time of these thinkers, roughly speaking, then why do we think that the solution to the crisis of these sciences, much less philosophy of these sciences, why would the solution mean going back through the tradition? Why wouldn't we do something radical? And then I have 3 R's in a row here: radical, revolutionary, reactionary, leading up to the deconstruction of individualism. I put those words together with a grain of salt and a question mark. But it comes through from time to time. You will see him use the rhetoric of extremism, of radical extremism. It's the rhetoric when he says the destruction of modernity. That's fucking crazy. Or when he says the destruction of academia. Or when he says, well, that's traditional. And he'll say that's traditional, so it's not sufficient. Now we need to do this. He'll say that, especially in like the history of the concept of time, as a refutation almost. He is so anti-tradition that he almost just uses the term traditional as a slur, yet at the same time he's a conservative. So how is this possible? And it's because over time, reformism within a movement leads you to where the status quo is actually everything. So you have conservatives of the status quo, but the status quo's got to go, right? Now, the ancients and the medievals, he doesn't think we should go back to them. And he doesn't think that they adequately ask the question of being. But he appreciates the fact that they actually believed in the whole person. Prior to Descartes, that was normal. And therefore, he thinks they have good insights. There's a couple closing things that I want to touch on here before we kind of talk through our questions. That which is ontically closest and well known is ontologically the farthest and not known at all, is the quote that I'm using from page 69. And this is a really, really good way of saying why phenomenology matters, why the preparation to do phenomenology is so important. But it's also something you should kind of consider as Heidegger's fundamental operating assumption. The hardest questions to ask are the most obvious. The hardest things to think about are the things that we are most familiar with. Being is the thing that we are most familiar with. We use the word is every time we say that the coat is on the chair. But we also say, oh, I'm okay. The I'm in I'm okay is truncating 2 words, isn't it? I am. What's the nature of this am? What is the status of its being? What region or mode of being is designated by this term am when you say I am okay? Right? In purely practical terms, you're just trying to tell someone, oh, I'm fine, don't worry about it. Right? Or maybe you're saying I'm okay, and the connotation is I'm just all right. The follow-up question is supposed to be like, what's up, man? Right? So we don't think about the M in saying I'm okay. We think about all of this other human stuff that also matters, and we couldn't focus on all that other human stuff that matters if not presupposing the M. But if all we do our whole life is presuppose is am being, are in every situation, but we never actually rigorously get into it, what are the habits of thought? And now how do we ask the question when we're so saturated in it, when it's the water to fish, so to speak? This is why Heidegger uses the term proximally and for the most part. He uses it like 50 times in this book. And I remember thinking it was a weird fucking way to say things. But it basically just means generally speaking. And this is important because he's trying, and he's very clear about this, he's trying to come up with the idea of averageness. We cannot derive the idea of worldhood without starting from the standpoint of averageness. So obviously we've got our own direct experiences of things, and then we have a sense for the average way people go about doing things. Well, it turns out that the way that people go about doing things on average, that we can actually go out and empirically verify, these are ontical, meaning it's just empirical, it's just there, you can see it, right? We can hypothesize about it. But our firsthand experience that leads us to having some sense for ontical averageness, these are the preconditions for developing our sense for the ontological. Okay? Ontology is not just what is, it's also how it can be. Because if all we do is look at things ontically, going back to the example where I said Anne could shave her head, Nance could take off his hat and headset, right? Well, so then that means he can also be that way. She can also be that way, right? That means that there's a to be in effect, which means that if all I do is positively tabulate the manifold and syncretically like gather, I can't use that word right now, but if we just gather facts, right? We're just going off of what is, what appears, what's been made present at hand. But the point is that we want to develop a fundamental ontology of Dasein, which means that the structures, its existential structures, its existentialia, as we'll get into in a minute, those existential structures, its existentialia, are ontological. Not just the actualized possibilities that we see, but actually the ontological conditions of those things being actual in the first place. Am I clear as mud? Is anyone following along? It looks like Nance is. Anyone else? Averageness and inauthenticity go hand in hand. And in History of the Concept of Time, on page 246, Heidegger says there is an existential interrelation among the phenomena of apartness, averageness, and leveling. We get atomized. People say this all the time. We get atomized in this world. We're all by ourselves out here. Atomization. That's kind of what he's getting at by this word apartness. Averageness and leveling. Well, if you've read Nietzsche, you should have a sense for leveling. He's a big critic of it. And when he's a critic of it, he's actually a critic of existing movements led by people who call themselves levelers. They hate class distinction so much that they don't want wine and caviar or beautiful kinds of high art to exist. No theater, no concerts, nothing that everyone can enjoy. Instead of raising up the bottom so that we can all enjoy it and participate in the finer arts, it's leveling everybody down to the bottom, right? Obviously, if you have any sophisticated tastes in anything, you're probably thinking, hell no. Unless, of course, your sophisticated palate is merely refined to the palate of anarchism, which is its own kind of fine consumer taste. And then you don't even realize that what you're doing is itself a rigorously sophisticated taste for a finer art, right? So insofar as you don't want to level everything down to where we have no challenges and no opportunities to distinguish ourselves by doing amazing things, by being a Broadway show, actress, by being a really good writer, a violin virtuoso. Insofar as you want those kinds of possibilities to exist for people, you should have some kind of a problem with general leveling effects. Well, mass society does a mass leveling effect all the time. Everything from one-dimensional man is derived from Heidegger talking about this stuff the way that he does. Average everydayness. So it goes right along with inauthenticity, which he's not saying is bad, right? I go through the door, I drive my car like one does. That's not bad. But if I'm negating my own most possibilities for my ultimate calling in life, it could be bad in the sense that nihilism will ensue, right? he's going to just say it's not good or bad. Don't even think about that. Inauthenticity is the condition of authenticity. There's no such thing as full authenticity. You will never be fully authentic, right? Insofar as you can do one thing kind of authentically, it presupposes you doing a million other things inauthentically just to do that. Like me showing up and being here has required me going through the motions of doing as one does in preparation for that. There's nothing wrong with that. Finally, the word pre-ontological is important when we're thinking about the distinction between ontical and ontological. Heidegger's assumption is that we do not start from the tradition of ontology. To get to the truly ontological, we don't just go and look at the ontical. We also think, how is this looked at in a pre-ontological way? Meaning that we have to start from common sense and average everydayness. That is our point of departure for then deducing the ontological conditions of possibility for that averageness to be what it is, for the ontical things to be what they are. Going back to the example, those headphones on Nance's head, they wouldn't be there if not for a factory that made them. I didn't just go out and find that out. I deduced that by just looking at what's right in front of me, right? We can deduce a lot of things from what's right in front of us. And part of the way to do that for Heidegger is going to be so disorienting is that he's trying to refuse doing so in the standard language of academia, and he's trying to prioritize pre-scientific, pre-ontological, pre-rigorous, pre-conceptual experience insofar as we can go, what's a naive way of looking at this? What's a naive way of describing this average thing? Okay, well, for that to be what that is, what had to happen? So it's always starting from the ontical, working back to the ontological. And I like how Danilo, who's not present, he's not in this course, but he is reading Being in Time, and we are dialoguing. And I'm probably going to send this to him eventually, probably not anytime soon. But the point is he brings in this as a comparison to Marx. Marx is doing something similar in Das Kapital. There's a maneuver being made, starting with what you actually have, starting with what the political economists are focused on, and then making that movement to its conditions of possibility. You start with particulars, and then you move back into generalizations. But those are generalizations that can be ideal in a sort of sense, right? They're ideal generalizations, but they show us something. They show us something that is there in every instance, but you had to tease out these general insights from actually springboarding off of the thing that everyone's focused on, ontical, the ontical thing, whatever it is. So pay attention to pre-ontological. Make sure to keep your ontical separated from your ontological. Remember, ontical is just the things, probably present at hand. Ontological is the conditions of possibility for those things.
I guess since this is a stream, I'll just kind of come back and interject myself into this thing every once in a while. So what's up, live side? How's it going, everybody? So what you're watching is a pre-recorded lecture. This was recorded in March of 2023, this year. And we're rewatching as a sort of way of promoting the upcoming course for Being in Time Division 2. Division 2 is that division that people don't usually read. In fact, the standard American interpretation, and I would even add existential, radical, individualist appropriation of the Being in Time project that you see through William Blattner and Hubert Dreyfus, as well as pretty much everyone else in the American scene, is based in a reading of Division 1, not really in dialogue with or thinking through how Division 1 works into or factors into Division 2, how Division 2 changes the game, and why Division 1 and Division 2 are ultimately headed in a direction that the sort of radical, liberal, individualist, existentialist interpretation does not and cannot contend with. Right? I get into all that throughout this. Hey, Benzer. So that's that. I just kind of wanted to say hello. And, you know, I just had some bad news. I found out that a plane ticket that I bought for a medical emergency was actually the wrong airport. Like, and so I'm over here like trying to do this, but at the same time, I'm like, oh my God, my whole trip is off now. Cause I bought the ticket. I had time to I had enough advance notice to buy the ticket cheap. But now that I find out that this was actually the wrong airport, I can't believe this, man. This was like the dumbest fucking thing I've ever done. But, yeah, I don't even know. It's like, it would be like 3 times as much to get the ticket now. And so I probably have to change plans. And I don't want to have to think about that right now. I'm trying to think about being in time. So I kind of just have to bookmark that, come back to it later. But it's a distraction. And yeah, so I just wanted to say something about that. Yeah, oof, big oof. And then Benzer had said about the whole thing about, you know, this Heideggerian aversion to the leveling tendencies of the old, I don't even want to say it's like old socialism. It's just like there's always a leveling tendency in take any group of socialists. There's always going to be a handful of those people who just want to level. Now, that's not a Marxist thing, or it's at least not Marx's kind of position on things, but it is nonetheless a sort of rampant viral kind of idea and tendency. And of course, Heidegger's against it. And I in the chat, I had mentioned that also Nietzsche is also against it. And that it's not even, I wouldn't even say it's proto-conservative. I would just say it's full-on conservative. It's Nietzsche and Heidegger versus the leveling tendency. And Benzer said, because Nietzsche also opposes the master morality, the maintaining of the status quo for its own sake. I think that's true. You know, if the status quo is getting in the way of great people being able to be great people, or whatever, then he would have an issue with it. But I'm curious about where he opposes the master morality. Like, where does he actually do it? I know Walter Kaufmann's very popular for having interpreted Nietzsche as like advocating for this mysterious third thing between conservative and liberal tendencies, or also socialist and more emancipatory tendencies. And that mysterious third thing was basically the free spirit, right? The free creative spirit, opposed to tradition and opposed to the leveling tendencies of the left. I think that there's definitely something to that, but he also really does champion the values of the masters or the conquerors or the aristocratic class, right? And so I'm just curious, outside of Walter Kaufmann, where's your favorite? Where does your head go when you're thinking this? Him being opposed to the master morality as well, because that's something I've been meaning to look more into. But if you read up on Lizardo's Nietzsche, the aristocratic rebel, it becomes really, really clear that he is, he's definitely like, he's not simping for tradition in a classical way, but he is nonetheless a radical conservative thinker. Which I'm not saying is a reason to not read him or take him seriously. I think he should be read seriously. I think he should be read as the 19th century's greatest critic of the left. And Heidegger should be read as the 20th century's greatest critic of the left. You know, if you want to read dialectically and have those outside positions from all of these left positions within theory, you got to be picky and choosy. You don't want to just read all of them. You're going to want to go with, like, who's the best bang for your buck? It's probably Nietzsche and Heidegger for those 2 centuries. That's my position anyway. Melware says, so material deconstruction notes origins of commodity and production, tree cutting, shipping, etc., and an ontological deconstruction derives a pencil, for instance, from thought, writing, etc. I'll have to think about that. I don't, off the top of my head, have an answer, but let me think about it. So material deconstruction notes origins of commodity in production. So what do you mean by a material deconstruction? Because this is kind of getting us, do you mean like a sort of ontical, like just the origins of commodity in production, tree cutting, shipping? Ontological deconstruction derives a pencil, for instance, from thought, writing, etc. Huh. I've not thought about ontical or material versus ontological deconstruction and what it would actually mean to do deconstruction in these 2 ways, and that it's being brought into political economy, or at least economics, is further complicating it for me. But you could expand on your question perhaps. But I'm going to get back to it. I'm also going to order a pizza because the stress of my change in plans here with the flight and everything. I think I need to just eat some pizza and then I'll be okay. Also, it's been a couple weeks and I like to reward myself every once in a while, you know? I don't know. I'm just making up reasons. I just want pizza. That's all. But let's get back to it. So everyone, so happy to have you all here with me, and let's keep going. Entirety of this text that you're holding in your hands is setting you up to understand the critique of the metaphysics of presence, aka ontology of presence. Now, there's a variety of ways of talking about this critique. Contemporary philosophers like Judith Butler, they presuppose it and use it in everything they do. But it really starts with Nietzsche, culminates in Heidegger, and then Derrida runs around playing with it for the rest of his life. It's one of the cans of spray paint in his toolkit. But the point is that this critique of presence, of the tendency for philosophers and scientists to prioritize what's present and to see all beings in terms of presence. It completely decontextualizes us from historicity, meaning that there's a past and a future, because we're in the present. And it completely removes us from thinking about how the first kind of knowledge that comes before scientific knowledge is knowledge of how to use things. Because we learn how to walk before we learn how to talk. We learn how to use things before we learn how to put meaning in the form that would be intelligible to a professor or a scientist. I think that that's all intuitive enough. And then you see here, this is actually where I have that bullet point about presence at hand versus readiness to hand. It's not ever highlighted in the text, but it becomes really important. And if you actually talk to people and they're referencing this text, a lot of times they'll say, oh, readiness at hand. I even did it as a slip earlier because I was preparing to critique this tendency. I don't normally slip on it because I'm not normally preparing myself to talk about it. Normally I just say readiness to hand. But the thing that reveals not thinking deeply enough about this concept usually is saying readiness at hand or present to hand. If a person is doing that, then this concept hasn't clicked for them. They haven't really thought about it, because presence at hand, it's there passively, neutrally,
being rendered for an objective gaze. Readiness to hand is a beautiful, beautiful translation. It's why I think honestly, it's this distinction right here that I most prefer, is the reason I most prefer Macquarie and Robinson edition over the Jones Stambaugh edition. The Jones Stambaugh edition is also really good. It's actually the first translation into English, and Heidegger signed off on it. Not that he really knew American Standard English, or English for that matter. And even insofar as he knew about it, like he didn't really respect it. Like he's very, very German in that sense. But the main reason I would tell you this translation is because Hubert Dreyfus uses it. And so you want to be a part of the American conversation, you kind of have to pass through Dreyfus. And I've obviously got this debt to Dreyfus, whatever. The ultimate goal would be to read this on your own in German, right? Or to translate it yourself if you had all the time, energy in the world. And maybe one of us will. But for right now, you also, insofar as you are dialoguing with people in the US or people influenced by its being everywhere, you're going to want to have like this basis in the Macquarie and Robinson edition and an intuitive ability to use terms that are coinages from this translation, like presence at hand versus readiness to hand. I think Joan Stambaugh actually uses the term handy sometimes when she's talking about something that is Zuhandenheit. That's good, and that's actually a wonderful tie over into pragmatism, because insofar as Heidegger is getting at something about this mode of being that is readiness to hand, so does John Dewey. John Dewey talks about handiness. John Dewey is also thinking about kinds of knowledge that are not theoretical. And so if you're thinking about the kind of embodied knowledge that a person might have, maybe about nature because they're a farmer, or about your own fertility or your womb because you're a woman, like insofar as you have embodied knowledge that is not theoretical, but you have a sense for it, there's some kind of a sense for something there. There's a wisdom that you have, like this kind of familiarity with or proximate relation to. That's not the stuff of present at hand analysis, right? That's why that tie-in to femininity being not traditionally something that's not present at hand or thought through those such terms is actually part of the reason why Derrida, in his critique of things, will talk about something, oh, well, that's phallogocentric, right? He means in terms of thinking of everything has to work within the logos, everything has to be rendered present at hand, but phallogocentric. It's his neologism. And the phallo speaks to the fact that this is a masculine move to always make everything present at hand and to deprioritize the wisdom that comes with our embodied readiness to hand relation with things. But in doing that, Heidegger is also, I don't want to say romanticizing, because that's kind of pejorative. I want to say he's defending peasants, right? Because this is a time that he's writing in where peasants are seen as very backwards. You've got Russia; they're about to kill all the kulaks, right? I mean, it's not just yet, but the preconditions for killing the kulaks is in development, right? And who were the kulaks? These were like the chieftains. These were like the power holders in the peasant societies, right? They were the bigger property owners from the peasantry. Well, the same kind of, like, oh, they're backwards, they're rural, we don't respect them, thing that exists today with, East Coast elites, liberal or conservative, it doesn't matter. That same mentality was alive and well in the 1920s when he wrote this. And he felt angry about it. And he felt defensive about, well, we do have ways of knowing things that Kant, just because Kant didn't theorize it doesn't mean it's not real, right? Just because we've collected a bunch of information about beings doesn't mean we understand what it is to be a farmer, right? So this is operative. And I really like to stress it and highlight it, because it's like, if you've never really taken a farmer seriously or a peasant seriously, or someone who says, well, I don't know things, I'm not smart, I didn't go to college, but I still know things. This is the way to ignoble that person, to dignify that impulse, and to steelman it. Heidegger is the best possible defense you'll ever find of that position, put through rigorous terms. There's other versions of it. Wendell Berry does it, but he's not doing it through this rigorous philosophical kind of way. Finally, Dasein's neither presence at hand or readiness to hand. We've already been over that, but instead, Dasein is some super secret, special third mode. Sometimes when people talk about being in time, you'll hear them say, oh yeah, the two modes of being, readiness to hand and presence at hand. They're forgetting the third mode of being. It's actually the most important one, and the one that we take most for granted, and that's existence itself. Heidegger has this word existenz, but it just gets translated as existence in here. It's a word that Karl Jaspers is using at the same time. But there's a little bit more philosophical, technical sophistication to the term the way Heidegger is using it. So we can't just conflate it with the way Jaspers is using it. Existenz philosophy for Heidegger means he's saying Dasein is the third mode of being. Dasein engages with the world in two primary modes. There's other modes, but two primary modes, one being readiness to hand, the other being presence at hand. But Dasein itself is the third mode. And he calls it existence. Okay, yeah, we're 2 slides left. Finally, existentialia versus categories. Existentialia and categories are the two basic possibilities for characters of being. 71. I think that might be actually from the, is it from the introduction or is it from chapter 1? Oh, it's in chapter 1. Yeah, so on page 71, he just comes out and says it. It's at the very top of 71. Existentialia and categories are the two basic possibilities for characters of being. The entities which correspond to them require different kinds of primary interrogation, respectively. Any entity is either a who or a what. You see here, he's in the parenthetical after who, he says existence. He's juxtaposing that to presence at hand in the broadest sense. Now, the question that Anne raises in her reflection, I hope everyone will read over her reflection and make sure to look at all the reflections that are there. Even if you never get around to your own writing reflections, please try to look at other people's thoughts and keep them in mind. As I said, it will become easier to do so and keep up with the forum side of things once we all have the app. But for right now, you kind of have to do that through the browser. Anne raises the question of animals. And I'll give you the short version for now. Animals don't have categories in the way that he's talking about. They don't have existential structures. He's deriving existential structures for the being who asks the question. And all of the other kinds of beings, all of the other entities, they have categories in the way that science is traditionally understood, through categories. Late Heidegger, who feels some degree of remorse over the failures of the political project that he jumped on board with, right? Refusing to ever really face up to anything in any rigorous way or anything, actually goes more rigorous in a certain direction as a result. If he had apologized and started thinking through some of the political ways that we might think about the situation, or some of the moral ways that we might think about the situation, he arguably wouldn't have come up with the question concerning technology, which is an amazing essay. Because of his prejudices, his standpoint, his assumptions, and his refusal to think about things in certain ways, he really focuses in on the essence of technology and its role in capitalism, as well as socialism, and its role to make us all a standing reserve of resources. Right, so this is a kind of self-criticism that he develops later. The only reason I'm even telling you about what he does later is because seeing everything in existence as either Dasein or presence at hand, as readiness to hand or presence at hand. Little moments of existence do break through, though, like I said, you could have a conversation with your grandma to try to get to know her before she passes on. And that realization that she's going to pass on, that really want that to click. He's going to show us a worldview here that is the most intimate, because we live in a world that is always already in this relation. Our mode of operation when we're not thinking theoretically is always operating in this relation to everything as readiness to hand or presence at hand. Little moments of existence do break through, though. Like I said, you could have a conversation with your grandma to try to get to know her before she passes on. And that realization that she's going to pass on, that being unto death, supercharges this experience and brings into it something that is beyond readiness to hand relations or present at hand relations. Something beyond anything that can be understood by analyzing a corpse or asking her to transfer some money to you, right? If you're thinking, oh, grandma, I get money from her, well, then she's just a use value. If you're thinking of her, oh, she's 6'3", and, well, that's a really tall grandma. I wasn't thinking about that. Most grandmas are probably not 6'3", 4'9", you know, whatever the average grandma height is. If you're thinking of her clearly, purely in these ontical terms, obviously you don't know your grandma. That's part of why it's annoying when people go, like they seem to put a lot of value in the eye color. Like they're like, oh, you don't know that person's eye color? Do you even know that person? It's like, sorry, I was looking at that person. I was looking into their eyes. I wasn't looking at their eyes. What does it mean to say you're looking into someone's eyes, you're not looking at their eyes? You're not looking at their eyes as present at hand. There's a being beyond the ontical that you're trying to get to know, and that's why you're looking them in the eyes. They're a who, not a what. So my definition, and I wish that someone had given it to me this clear in the beginning. Actually, we'll take a bunch of questions here in a second, but I'm going to close out the lecture now. So existentialia has a definition. The definition that we're using right now is an a priori existential structure of our being in the world. A priori means it's an irreducible thing or part of us that structures who we are. It's not just a part. It's not an aspect, but it's a structure in the terms of, like, it is a structuring condition of our possibility. Every one of our actual ways of being in the world is the result or has the shape given to it by these structures. Right? So to say that it's a priori means that we could go out and gather data on the whole world for the rest of our lives and never derive these structures. But these structures can be derived quite logically just from experience. So it's amazing that what we're doing is, on the one side, radically particular. We're talking about our radical particularity, our own most possibilities, no one else's possibilities. But the way that we get there is by passing through average everydayness and inauthenticity. We first have to just figure out what does it mean to be a normal human? What is the structure of the normal human? No, we're not talking about normal German humans. We're not talking about normal American humans. We're talking about what are the things that have to be true across all cultures, but then using that as our jumping off point to talk about radical particularity. So we're doing a particular universal subject. Of course, he doesn't want to use the term subject because that comes with the baggage of individualism, as well as it brings in the baggage of the idea that there's an objective standpoint opposed to this subjective standpoint. And he's saying, no, we don't see that. That's an ideological thing that we bought into at some point. We don't see that, though, when we describe reality. We wouldn't have that idea without people teaching us that it matters and telling us, oh, well, that's just subjective. That's just subjective. Okay, well, this subjective objective division, It's a theoretical edifice that comes at the time of the emergence of individualism, which is an ideology. So this is a tenet of ideology. Even if it's true, it should be bracketed so that we can think, what do we see when we bracket it out? Dasein is the placeholder for whatever the hell we are once we've bracketed off all of the other actual ways of ontically describing ourselves that we've grown up with. And that is my lecture for chapter 1 of Being in Time. Thank you, everybody.
We did it.
Half hour here will be spent first addressing Adam's question, and then
So I'm going to go ahead and skip. Oh no, actually there's some really, really good shit from this Q&A. So I just remembered there's one of these questions actually gets me to go into something that I meant to go into that I actually need to get into. So I'm going to let this keep playing. Thank you, Cosmic, Nance, Malware, Benzer, everybody else who's been watching this. Whoever those mysterious 22 people are who liked this video, thank you. It'd be nice to see that number double here in the next while. I don't know. Before it's over, at least. So I'm going to keep playing. And we'll talk a little bit more towards the end of this. If you're in this course with me, or if you are in the Intro to Nick Land course and you got the link today, go ahead and jump into the Zoom call if you want to talk a little bit about this or anything related to it. We might do that. We might have a conversation. Nance, you want to pop in here, talk about something? I don't know. I'm down for whatever. I'm just we're doing it. Let's keep doing it. Here we go.
I want other people to ask questions that hopefully get us to return to the text. I hope that broader questions not directly coming out of the text itself can be dealt with in the forum, and that for right now, the questions for the next half hour will have eternal use value to anybody who watches this after the fact. And the way to be sure that you have eternal use value in your question is to make sure that it forces people to look at the actual words in the book again and sit there and exegete. We all want to do an exegetical unpacking of whatever it is that we're looking at. So I'm really hoping that you were profoundly confused by a section, and that we'll have a couple questions that make us look at those sections again. And then we will address the next meeting info, but we'll do that once the recording is over. All right, Adam, what's up?
Just ahead of this next question, I'd like to ask: would you like us to keep our kind of, how do you say, the discourse around Heidegger and ruins to the forum? Do you want us to keep it to after recording? Do you want us to straight up not engage it? Because I did hear you at the beginning of this lecture kind of say that that's the last I'm going to talk about that for now. I want to make sure I'm respecting the forum here.
Yeah, for sure. I would say for this half hour, we're not going to do it, but we will. That will be an ongoing thing. The stuff that Nance and I are cooking up on that and that you're helping us with is all preparation for a future short course on the topic. And for now, it's kind of, we'll put it to the side and try to deal with this as pure philosophy. What's up, Anne?
Okay, I have a question. And it kind of was like in my reflection, my big question, like the only thing that I was really able to reflect on. And it's so the quote on page 75. It starts in the middle of that like middle paragraph, and I will read it. So it's when Heidegger says, "Life in its own right is a kind of being, but essentially it is accessible only in Dasein. The ontology of life is accomplished by way of a primitive interpretation. It determines what must be in the case if there can be anything like mere aliveness. Life is not a mere being present at hand, nor is it Dasein. And so I want to understand this difference and distinction between life versus being versus Dasein, because they appear to all be different things, and Dasein can only possess this kind of capital L life that Heidegger is talking about. And that led to my question about trying to understand the life of animals or non-human beings. So that is my question.
That's a really good question, and it reminds me that I want to pull up a quote for you all where Dr. Ian Thompson from University of New Mexico, in one of his articles that he's posted to his public page, his website, he talks about, he says, here, I'm going to give you basically 7 orders of life in a sort of hierarchy. And honestly, he says Heidegger never does this, but I think Heidegger believes this. And he's got there's rocks, trees, shrimp. Shrimp don't have a central nervous system. Okay? You keep moving up this and you get into more and more developed kinds of life to the point where you're dolphins might be considered, the dolphins really could be they could have a strong Dasein. Elephants could have a strong Dasein, but it requires being in time. It requires a sense for time. Neurologically, not to do this, but I'm doing it anyway, we have temporal lobes. They're highly developed. It sets us apart from other animals. The temporal lobe is for navigating time. It's for seeing ourselves in the duration of our time on Earth and interceding on our own behalf. We can actually do things today that set us up for success later, and we can reinterpret the past in a way that sets us up for success moving into the future. That's complicated, and it's superhuman. It's super essentially human. It's not superhuman. But my basic point is this. The tendency for philosophy had been to see life as just this thing that was shared by all living creatures, right? That originally comes from a religious worldview, because those were all creations. And so, of course, they all have the same kind of life. They all have some kind of spirit coursing through them, animating them, right? But if we bracket that off and we're just dealing with Dasein, then existence and life get a special meaning. Now, remember, this is an interpretive procedure, and I can find you a lot of quotes from Heidegger saying elsewhere, maybe even in this text, that phenomenology can never just be regurgitated. It's a thing that we work through. It's a self-working process, right? So the thing is that we cannot just think, well, he's constructed a worldview where animals are just always going to be inferior. The goal is not to teach us all to think about humans as Dasein for the rest of all time, because this is from a critical period that was not co-opted to a political project. Ostensibly, what he's doing here is he's saying we're taking up a radically distinct standpoint to see something we've never seen. To do that, we have to counter certain tendencies of thought and interpretation. To counter those tendencies of thought and interpretation, to really flesh out this perspective, we have to assume X, Y, and Z things. Afterwards, after a period of time seeing life this way, we'll take on other perspectives, and we'll problematize this way of taking it up. But because this is not a dogmatic, he's trying to construct a worldview, the point is that he's trying to get you to bracket off certain things and see certain things in a radically new way. So he makes this arbitrary distinction. And it's arbitrary on the basis of the being who asks questions about the fundamental reality of being, meaning that the being that comports itself towards its own being versus all other entities. And he really wants to create this radical separation because for some reason, 2,500 years of ideas and thinking never actually, the entire development never confronted the strangeness of the fact that one of the entities, out of all the other entities being analyzed, one of them might kill itself if it does not get to be.
its own most possibilities. This is why when he says that it is the being that can win itself or lose itself, he doesn't just say it's the being that can kill itself or sacrifice itself, but it is. It's the being that can, in an act of desperation, cowardice, depression, there's other ways of interpreting it, kill itself. That's radically different than other creatures. But moreover, we can sacrifice ourselves for something that makes us feel like, that matters more than anything else. That's profoundly human. And the very being who asks the question what it is to be has traditionally been put on a level playing field with other kinds of beings, when it's the being who might off itself if it doesn't get some good answers. So when we talk about intentionality, and we talk about the motivation driving the standpoint of analysis that is trying to understand what it is to be and what it means, that's what's going on in the background. We're the being who's unto death. We're trying to figure out, but why? Why do I exist? Why do I go through all this suffering? Why do I make it work? Right? And so I just wanted to kind of touch on this and really expound on it because I meant to talk about it in the lecture. But it's like there on the first or second page of chapter 1 when he says it's the being that has the ability to win itself or lose itself. The fact that you can lose yourself is why you can be depressed. No one's depressed if they haven't lost themselves. And because we're talking about Dasein, we're not talking about an individual. If you are atomized and you feel like you've lost yourself, maybe it's because you belong to something bigger and you're alienated from it. And now and so that bigger thing than you has lost itself, and now you're atomized away from it, right? So this is what he thinks has happened to everybody, which is why he thinks that Nietzsche's correct in that the general condition of modernity is nihilism, right? And so this is, in a sort of sense, a diagnosis of nihilism. And then it's going to go Nick, Ahmed, and then Max. But first, Adam, you had a second question lined up, right? You said this is the question before the question?
That's right, but it was presaged by the, or how I say it is no longer relevant at this moment.
Okay, cool. So Nick?
Yeah, so I have a question and a request. The question, can we think of Dasein as a kind of meta category, and is what Heidegger wants us to do basically tantamount to sort of training ourselves to apply his concept to itself almost recursively in order to make phenomenology click? And then my request was, could you elaborate more on the difference between at and to in present at hand and ready to hand?
Okay, I think that I was following, but then I realized I don't think I was. And so now I'm just like, okay, can you restate the first part? That's kind of where I got lost.
Sure. I there was a tall order, I know. The first the question?
Yeah.
Basically, it's like Dasein, as I'm understanding it, it has to do with conditions of possibility and its own possibility. That's what characterizes it. That's what makes it unique. But it's like a self-reflexive concept. It's a self-reflexive category. So in order to really understand it, we can't just say, okay, here's the concept. Here is the the manifold to which we're going to apply it, and there we go. Now you see things a little bit differently. It's like, no, we have to apply Dasein to itself. Does that make any sense?
Maybe. And it's a request too. For right now, I'm going to say I would like you to kind of maybe write that out in the forum. and I want to address it next week.
For sure.
And then we'll go to Ahmed.
So on page 70 of the book, he talks about the categories. I kind of wrote about this in my reflection. So the categories, he's saying, are the Aristotelian categories, right? That's specifically what he's talking about? I'm on page 70?
I think so.
So he's saying that applies to presence at hand rather than Dasein. Like the analytic of Dasein is going to be dealing with... So is there a parallel to the analytic of Dasein to categories? Or does he just throw the concept out altogether?
There is a parallel, and the thing is it was for me like a big, I was kind of reading, I remember the professor had me thinking of the existentialia or existentials as something else, like, but it was realizing that these are a sort of analog for categories, but also that they're structures. Like that was what really helped it click for me. Because the word category kind of gets us going in the wrong direction. The word structure brings us back to where we're supposed to be. There's also, of course, all the categories that Kant talks about for the transcendental subject. And so it's like, are those kind of also what he has in mind? Is he saying, well, those are based off of this conflation, and that, you know, they're derived off of trying to ape the natural sciences and whatever's present at hand, and now they're being projected onto like our psyche or whatever? I don't know how far I can take it, because there's a whole book that he did. I mean, actually, Nick was just about to dive into it, where he's engaging with the critique of pure reason. It's like a lecture course from this year before this book was written. But he also does stuff on Aristotle during the 1920s and then later on in his life. And he thinks that Plato and Aristotle were good at asking the initial question, but then they totally got bogged down in a bunch of other stuff, and so they kind of lose the thread. Later on, he thinks most of that might have just been the way that they were appropriated and translated by Roman culture, and that there's actually something that he starts to be like, well, maybe actually they get it more than I gave them credit for. But I guess for now it's just a big question mark in my head that has to be filled out over time. You're definitely right to be thinking about Aristotle's categories here. Yeah.
Thank you.
And then it's Max, and then we're gonna close this thing out.
Very good lecture. Really enjoyed it. Thank you very much, Dave.
Appreciate it.
Do we have time? I'd like to read through the phenomenological method of investigation, but I want to be aware of time.
And what page is this?
It's on page 49.
Okay.
It's a page and a half.
Yes. Let's see. The phenomenological method of investigation.
Yeah.
You mean the whole section?
Yeah.
That section breaks down into part A and part B.
Well, just the introduction, not part A.
Okay.
Not the concept of phenomena, just the introduction.
You mean the first paragraph?
Yeah. The first from page 49 up to the top of page 51.
Yeah.
Seven.
I don't know that we have time to do the whole thing.
Well, what I can do is maybe if we read from 50, halfway down 50, thus the term phenomenology expresses a maxim.
Okay. You want to read the paragraph up to the one that leads up to that, with the question of the meaning of being or investigation comes up against the fundamental question of philosophy. This is one of them.
Okay, yeah.
This one that must be treated phenomenologically.
Yeah, I can read from there.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
I'll read from the bottom of 49.
Perfect.
With this question of meaning of being, our investigation comes up against the fundamental question of philosophy. This is one that must be treated phenomenologically. Thus our treatise does not subscribe to a standpoint or represent any special direction. For phenomenology is nothing of either sort, nor can it become so as long as it understands itself. The expression phenomenology signifies primarily a methodological conception. This expression does not characterize the what of the objects of philosophical research as subject matter, but rather the how of that research. The more genuinely a methodological concept is worked out, and the more comprehensively it determines the principles on which a science is to be conducted, all the more primordially it is rooted in the way we come to terms with the things themselves. And the further it is removed from what we call technical devices, though they are many such devices, even in the theoretical disciplines. Thus, the term phenomenology expresses a maxim which can be formulated as to the things themselves. It is opposed to all free-floating constructions and accidental findings. It is opposed to taking over any conceptions which only seem to have been demonstrated. It is opposed to those pseudo-questions which parade themselves as problems, often for generations at a time. Yet this maxim, one may rejoin, is abundantly self-evident, and it expresses, moreover, the underlying principle of any scientific knowledge whatsoever. Why should anything so self-evident be taken up explicitly in giving a title to a branch of research? In the point of fact, the issue here is a kind of self-evidence which we should like to bring closer to us, so far as it is important to do so in casting light upon the procedure of the treatise. Sorry, but there's a... Sorry, I'd have to run. If somebody wants to read for me, just my granddad, I think, has fallen outside.
Oh, no. All right. So, yeah, you go take care of that. And I'll kind of assume that Max is going to be able to pick up and listen to the rest of this later, or he'll come back in the middle of it. Where are we exactly? So in casting a light upon the procedure of our treatise, we shall expound only the preliminary conception of phenomenology. You know, for the real, like, what is phenomenology, you want to dive into chapters 1 and 2, especially of History of the Concept of Time. But for right now... What's that? You're back?
Everything's good. Everything's good, yeah.
Did you say you thought your granddad fell?
Yeah, I'm minding him. I thought there was a big bang outside and I thought he fell.
Here I am, like,
anyway.
I keep using grandmas as my example, and I'm getting your spidey senses all worked up.
It would happen, not through the whole lecture, but just at the time that I'm reading.
Yeah, for sure.
So where was I with this? So the question, that I have was, I was coming to the question anyway. So when he says to the things themselves, is it to do with the obviousness and the, as you were saying throughout the lecture, being? Is that at least what he's trying to do with the phenomenological method, back to the things themselves? I'm a bit confused on how he's going to do that.
Yeah, that's a really great question. And I'm glad that we're doing it with this model. Hopefully in the future, because we don't have to do syllabus day, there'll be about an hour where we actually get to do exegetical, just, like, let's get to the real questions that we had from our readings, and we'll unpack it, and we'll all take turns reading and stuff like that. There won't be as much of it this week. But part of the advantage to doing it in the way that we've set it up here, where it is text-based, is that it will be of value to people taking it on demand after the fact. Whereas most of the time when you take a course after the fact, because everyone's there in their particularity and is asking questions that are immediately on their mind, a lot of it's good stuff, but it's also more like a discussion group instead of like a let's unpack the text. And so, first of all, I like that you have a whole section you wanted us to dive into. And second of all, the question goes really well with the first lecture on the course, right? Because the question is the question of phenomenology itself. So I do cover this in some of the pre-course lecture stuff, but I think it should be here because nobody who's watching this should have to watch the pre-course stuff. And so the short version is that Franz Brentano was sort of a leading light in the field of psychology who was kind of disenchanted with the way psychology was being conducted. He was profoundly influential on Husserl, Freud, and I almost said Jameson. James, not Henry. What's his name?
William
James.
William
Thank
James.
you. So, I mean, really, and those are like three of the most important psychologists of that period. So Brentano had a profound impact, and it's actually him who originally starts talking about how we're not getting back to the things themselves. He doesn't make it into a motto of phenomenological research the way that Husserl does, but what develops here is the truly scientific attitude, which is, you'll notice, Heidegger makes a distinction between the scientific attitude and actually existing science. The reason that there is a distinction is because people can go about their scientific research in a non-critical way, where they just kind of assimilate information in a sort of hackneyed way, or they can do it in a way that's really trying to take the subject matter on its own terms. And I say that because every science, once it really gets its feet under it, does so by saying, let's get back to the things themselves. Every single science borrows its concepts from other sciences in its infancy. But when it's ready to get rigorous, it says, okay, we've been borrowing these concepts, but if we just get back to the subject matter and try to actually tease out what can be derived from it without borrowing concepts from other regions of being or from other fields of thought or research or knowledge, then we'll come to some kind of new, he would say, primordial orientation to the subject matter. Husserl makes it a motto, and Heidegger spends the first 3 chapters of History of the Concept of Time in lecture form defending the achievements made by Husserl from its unfair critics, right? But then he does an immanent critique. Chapter 3 is his immanent critique of phenomenology. He thinks that the 3 major discoveries of phenomenology were intentionality, categorical intuition, and the original sense of the a priori. Intentionality is simply the fact that we have no experience of subject-object division or duality. We have experience of intentionality, meaning that there's no such thing as a thing that's not a thing for consciousness. That doesn't mean that everything's in our heads, but it means that we do not have access to the things outside of reference to how we've taken up a standpoint towards it. We are always implicated in any analysis of any things. That's intentionality's discovery. And so in that sense, intentionality is the glue between subject and object, as Brian Becker talks about it. Heidegger's critique is going to be that intentionality still presumes a subject having an intentional experience of an object. What it doesn't get to is our circumspective, embodied awareness and operation in the world that is presupposed by anything we are foregrounding.
It doesn't take into account the averageness, the average thrownness. Okay.
And when I said that, for you to be able to render intelligible the things that I say requires all these background conditions, those background conditions are what's being left out of Husserlian analysis, because Husserl is focused on the things themselves. Heidegger is going to be focused on the world that foregrounding things themselves presupposed.
I can see the Cartesianism now sort of coming out of Husserl. Yeah. So by doing the phenomenology, and I presume we'll go into this more in the lectures, but it will go over the pseudo problems by taking into these discoveries that you've just listed out.
if what you're hoping for is that he'll actually say, look at all these pseudo problems in philosophy, see how they're pseudo problems once you understand what I'm showing you, he doesn't do that. He
Does he
will,
not?
No, he doesn't really do that. He kind of, like a lot of theorists, leaves you to do the heavy lifting on your own. If you go take any contemporary problems or paradoxes class in logic from an analytic philosopher today, after taking Being in Time, you go take that class, the whole time it's going to be really hard to take a lot of the problems that they all want to focus on seriously, because you're going to be like, oh, they're conflating categories, they're conflating existentials and categories, they're conflating regions, they're transposing criteria from one region to another. There's so many ways that you can deconstruct whatever anyone's doing in that kind of an atmosphere. But then the real task will be rendering yourself intelligible to them. That was for me the hardest thing about being a philosophy student at an analytic department while also studying this on the side, is rendering myself intelligible to an analytic philosopher on the one side, and then rendering myself intelligible to fellow workers or just regular anybody's, right? And so it's like those are the two things that underground theorists kind of have to do. You have to be intelligible to academics, and you have to be intelligible to regular people who are interested in the topic. And so that's the challenge and struggle. But I think that
at this point, I am satisfied. I think we've gone into it enough. The question period, that is. I want to get on to lecture 2. If you want to see the rest of this, then access the course. You'll be able to get access to all of it, be able to work through it at your own pace, etc., etc. But yeah, no, we're switching over here into chapter 2, the lecture. Well, on Being in Time, chapter 2. Doing this as a sort of double feature, it's the only way that I'm going to be able to get through all of the lectures from Being in Time before January 6th. So I wanted to do a few weeks where I stream double features. There will also be a few weeks where I just stream individual lectures. So this is going to be a big one. Folks just joining right now, welcome. We're going through Being in Time Division 1 lectures 1 and 2 from chapters 1 and 2. Let's do it.
Welcome everybody to day 2, lecture 2 for chapter 2 of Being in Time. In the last video, we had to do a lot of syllabus setup time, right? We don't have to do that today. I do kind of want to just touch on a couple points. The first and the major one is to say that the syllabus has all the answers. And if it doesn't, you need to let me know why, and then I'll fix it. But is there anything else point of order wise? Anybody else was wondering or felt dumb about that would be useful to other people at this point, in terms of, was there something that you forgot about and then you're able to figure it out with the help of the syllabus or something else?
I guess I'll just say, for those who don't know, who maybe checked the syllabus like a few weeks ago, I think the schedule changed a little bit in the sense that some of the larger chapters got broken up. So I had originally written down in my calendar that there was not going to be a meeting next weekend, but now there is, and it's just going to be the first part of chapter 3. So I would just recommend re-looking up the syllabus, because I didn't realize that until just today.
Perfect. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that we're talking about. And does everyone, for anyone who didn't know about that, originally what I had done was I had done the setup for this course up until July 22nd as a chapter by chapter thing. And that meant that there were there's a few big chapters here, and I was trying to make it so you had 2 weeks to read the biggest chapters, but it makes more sense to break those up into
we're going to be doing something every week until July 22nd. And if you're not able to make any of them, that's okay. I know that because we're doing a different time than normal, there's people who are in Ireland and Egypt and Hong Kong not joining right now. And so to you all not joining right now because of the time change, we're sorry. And don't worry, it will not happen too often. But with that all said, yeah, it makes a lot more sense to try to read 20 or 30 pages and then come to a lecture for it and then work through what you've already done and then do the other 20 pages of that chapter for another week instead of trying to do 50 plus pages in a week in 2 weeks all by yourself. It makes more sense, I think, because then the lecture has to cover all that territory too, and that's just too much. So chapter 2 is potentially the easiest chapter of the whole book. So I think a lot of people put it off until last minute and then potentially underestimated it because it was so short. It's easy to underestimate and then put it off until last minute. And then you actually are like reading it and you're like, oh, okay. But then after you're finished reading it, you're like, but wait a minute. What did it say? Right? And so that's in part the goal of the reading reflections and the ideal of them being due a couple of days before the lecture. I know that that's not the way it's playing out right now, but I want to encourage everybody going forward to try to get, if you try to get the reading reflection up a couple of days before the lecture, what that will do is it will challenge your conception. Did you really follow what was being said? You know, and it'll help you hystericize yourself. Hopefully not too much. I know that can also be a problem as you're over questioning your interpretation. But just to get something on the page, just to look at some actual quotes, just to try to work it through. That's the general point. In this course, we're not just talking about being in time. We're talking about interpretation and learning how to read itself, right? This is not something I've mastered. This is not something I don't think any of us have truly mastered. But I'll speak for myself and just say, no, I've definitely not mastered reading this text. There's surprises in it every time I try to read. And it's stuff where I'm like, I don't remember that, right? And that's one of the beautiful things about these essential texts at Theory Underground is like they're essential because they are mainstay referent points for the all theory discourse, right? But also there's always something more there. And so whenever somebody tells you, oh, well, this is all that being in time does, and this is why I don't like it, it's like, well, every time I go back to it, I find more there. So you've just totalized it and simplified it into this one thing, and it's not even any of the things that I get from it. So I don't know what to do with that when somebody does that with a text like this. But in short, this is the chapter about being in. And we'll come back to all the stuff about reading kind of as a theme as we get into it, because we'll get into a little bit of exegesis. I hope that you all have the book handy. I hope that you have the physical copy. Ideally, that's the way that it is because it's a little less distracting. And with a text like this one, it's actually worth having it physical. But I don't have mine physical because it's actually in the car outside of the coffee shop that Anne is in. And so I don't have my copy because I just forgot to get it out of the car before she took off. But I do have here on the screen, you'll all see, if I click this button here, let's see. Are you all able to see the book now? Yeah, so I can do a screen share, and it will just have to do for now. There's several big quotes I want to get into. But for right now, I'm wondering if somebody could open the book to the first page before chapter 1. It's one paragraph. Christopher, actually, I'll just call on you. Could you read? Christopher had messaged me and said, hey, you can call on me to read. So I just thought, well, why not?
What am I reading?
So I actually don't know what page it is and how to get there on the PDF, but it's the page before the beginning of chapter 1.
Okay, where it's
65.
Okay, perfect. I see it. The interpretation of Dasein in terms of temporality and the explication of time as the transcendental horizon for the question of being. Division 1, preparatory fundamental analysis of Dasein. In the question about the meaning of being, what is primarily interrogated is those entities which have the character of Dasein. The preparatory existential analytic of Dasein must, in accordance with its peculiar character, be expounded in outline and distinguished from other kinds of investigation, which seem to run parallel. Chapter 1. Adhering to the procedure which we have fixed upon for starting our investigation, we must lay bare a fundamental structure in Dasein, being in the world. In the interpretation of Dasein, this structure is something a priori. It is not pieced together, but it is primordially and constantly a whole. It affords us, however, various ways of looking at the items which are constitutive for it. The whole of this structure always comes first. But if we keep this constantly in view, these items as phenomena will be made to stand out. And thus we shall have as objects for analysis the world in its worldhood, being in the world as being with, and being oneself and being in as such. By analysis of this fundamental structure, the being of Dasein can be indicated provisionally. Its existential meaning is care.
Its existential meaning is care. The only italicized piece on here besides a priori is the word care. That's the sort of quilting point on the whole paragraph. But this isn't just a paragraph. This is the whole of Division 1 in a paragraph. Now, I want to talk about being in the world. I want to talk about being in. I want to talk about Chapter 2 more broadly. But in conjunction with this meta conversation about reading, one of the challenges with Heidegger is that right here, he wants to talk about being in the world, but he's going to take 3 chapters to talk about it, and Chapter 2 isn't even those 3 chapters. Chapter 2 is just him recapitulating what he said in this paragraph, but doing it in a way that brings it into conversation with contemporary of his time epistemology, right? He's bringing it into conversation with contemporary epistemology. This is this whole problem of knowledge. You know, do you actually leave the sphere of the insideness of your immanence, of your subjectivity, and go out there into the world and collect some facts and then bring them back into your little inner sphere? And he's like problematizing that, and he talks about bringing it back to the booty of consciousness, right? There's a funny sentence along those lines. What is he talking about? He's basically talking about all of these problems about certainty, right? Because for whatever reason, René Descartes' work becomes focused on the question of certainty. And this is something that Husserl is also profoundly taken with, as is Frege and Russell on the other side of the philosophy, the division in philosophy that's emerging at this time. Right, the division that's arising is one where Frege is over here doing what he's doing, and Husserl is over here doing what he's doing, and Bertrand Russell under Frege and Heidegger under Husserl are about to become the 2 leading lights in the world of philosophy, and then everything that happens for the next 100 years is somehow arguing with them. And obviously, when we think of Russell and Frege, we then think of Wittgenstein. And so, because really he's the natural extension of that same lineage, we can really think about Heidegger and Wittgenstein as both dealing with a lot of the same kinds of problems. And those problems, potentially pseudo-problems, if we're to take Heidegger at his word, they're pseudo-problems, have to do with propositional logic, the correspondence theory of truth, truth is correlation, and the problems of like, how do we know, but like, how do we really know, right? But you don't have to know all of that stuff. You just have to know that that's basically what he's doing in this chapter. But bringing it back to the problem of reading him, he's talking about being in the world. It's going to take 3 chapters, and this is just the preparation. Chapters 1 and 2 are just preparing us to really take on being in the world. He says being in the world is like this holistic thing, right? It's a unitary structure, but it can't be taken in all at once. It's actually going to require, let's focus on this emphasis. Let's focus on the world. Let's focus on being in. Let's focus on who's being in that world. Who is the entity for whom being in the, he says, has being in the world. Who is the entity that has being in the world? And of course, at this point, if you haven't read ahead, you're probably thinking, well, it's Dasein, of course. No, Dasein is our point of departure, but the who has being in the world, in its average everydayness, is not actually just Dasein as we've currently got a working conception of it, right? Our working conception of Dasein right now is the being for whom being is an issue. It's the being who comports itself towards its own being. It's the being that starts doing art and math and science and politics as a response to the fact that it is, and that's a problem because we don't just have a nature, an essence that is reducible to something like instinct. Instead, we have to develop and build out projects for understanding. And we'll get into understanding his interpretation in a little bit, the way that he conceptualizes these things. But the problem with trying to take on a compound unitary structure is not just the problem of, following through these chapters, reading them from their various aspects, but trying to keep in mind that they all go together. Trying to keep in mind that we can't actually judge the whole on the basis of any of its parts. And trying to remember that while we're reading through the parts, they belong to this whole that he is presupposing. The problem is more complicated because we live in a world defined by the media that we're using today that has limited our attention spans and our comprehension abilities. And in my work, talking about this, I refer to it as structural stultification, which is to say, really, it's a nice way of saying we're all made retarded by a system, right? In the technical sense of dumbed down, but also, I would go a little bit further than that. A person struggling to follow a chain of reasoning that is multi-clausal, or even not struggling at all, just the moment they hear one clause in a sentence coming out of your mouth, they're excited and they want to talk about what's instantly presenting itself to them. Oh, I've got something on that. Oh, I've got something on that. Oh, I've got something on that. Every single time you put a clause forward or a sentence forward. But the thing is you're trying to put together, you're going somewhere with what you're, I'm sure, nod your head if you are at all familiar with trying to have a conversation with somebody and you're going somewhere, but every time a sentence comes out of your mouth, they try to take it somewhere else. And you're like, trying to be patient. And you're like, look, this is going somewhere, but we've got a few steps before we can get there. That problem that we're dealing with is a problem Heidegger's dealing with as well. But the students that he has sitting in his classroom, Jacques Derrida, Hannah Arendt, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, Hans Jonas, Gadamer, Sartre, these Lacan, all of them are people who've been reading their entire lives, but they also went to the Sorbonne or whatever. They've been going to elite private French schools, German schools, whatever, for their entire lives, in order to get to that point. I have a master's degree, but I would not have been accepted into any of the universities that those students sitting in front of Heidegger were accepted into. Not with my background, not with my education. It just would have never happened, right? So this only compounds the problem for us. Heidegger wants to be able to get somewhere. He has a few operating assumptions and preconceptions that he thinks are justified, though they might be circular. And he thinks that no philosophers have ever properly conceptualized or tarried with these basic insights about what it is to be. And he can't even talk about it without doing all of the setup work. So you will probably for the rest of your life, whenever you're tuning into the Heidegger stuff, see that people are primarily drawing off of Division 1 of being in time. And there's a variety of justifications for why people think that that's the best part of being in time. But it's also, at the very time that he's writing this, he's also writing that. This strict division between 1 and 2, it's not historically grounded. He was working out these ideas for the decade to 15 years prior to this lecture course. Being in the world, though, with its the terms that go with that, Dasein, and all of the existentialia. In this chapter, the existentialia that get rolled out are facticity, being in, concern, and care, right? I think there might be another one that I'm missing, but yeah, mention it in the chat if I forgot one. But I think that's basically the existentialia, the existential structures that he is positing in this chapter. But he's going to be rolling out more and more each chapter, and then he'll be bringing back ones that he's already planted and then tying them all together in this beautiful way, right? But he's doing that all with Division 2 in mind. For any of us, though, who've grown up in this world, like I was saying, we didn't go to the Sorbonne, we didn't go to these elite private schools, and we're struggling just to follow a couple sentences, right? And every time you read a couple of sentences, you probably get excited, and then you start writing stuff in your own notebook, right? That's valid. And that's granted, like, I love to look back at my notes from when I was originally reading this text. It just turns out that most of my notes didn't have too much to do with what he's actually talking about. Of course, professors, and I've heard it from students today, creative misunderstanding is the basis for like great new theoretical works, right? Oh, sure. Of course. But how does it actually relate to this work? And the harder you try to hold together the whole that he's trying to keep in mind here with being in the world, the more you force yourself to try to keep it together in all of its parts, the better your own theoretical works will be, and the more inspired you will be by these things, I think. So our little meta conversation about reading this text, I guess I'll just close it out by saying it's not just trying to understand concepts. It's also trying to hold together like basically the biggest, most integrally like tied together concept that's supposed to be a unitary phenomenon. And it's like an impossible task. The impossibility of the task, though, means that we are taking on like this workout, like we're working out. And instead of like going like, yeah, we're working out so we can do like a, 5 or 10 mile like marathon, we're instead like doing 100-mile marathon. And it's like, well, of course you're not going to be able to succeed. But if you put a lot towards preparing for that impossible task, it's going to make you into something you wouldn't have become otherwise, right? So I just want to say, like, at this point, those of you who are feeling discouraged, just remember, are you feeling discouraged because you're not understanding every little thing that he says? Don't worry about it. I feel discouraged every time I hear people speaking Spanish, but I don't understand the majority of what they're saying. I was just immersed for like 4.5 months. But guess what? It doesn't matter. My unconscious has started to dream in Spanish sometimes. That does more for me than anything else, right? Dreaming about this stuff, having an idea pop into your head and being like, is my relation to this thing present at hand right now? Like just starting to ask yourself these kinds of basic questions consciously is one thing. On the other side, though, in your unconscious, you're developing comprehensive abilities that means that you will be able to follow a multi-clausal statement, a logical syllogism, or an entire speech that has a lot of moving parts, and you'll be able to track all of that where other people are like completely lost in the weeds, and then you'll be able to synthesize it and distill it into something, you know, that's an epic takeaway. And it will be because of all of this time that you spent confused with this book. So that's my sort of pep talk and my plug for comprehension. And I actually want to give anybody an opportunity to, if someone's got a burning thought on the topic of comprehension and your own experience with either this text or other philosophical texts, if you want to interject, go ahead as we get the slide back up on the screen here.
I mean, I can say for myself that I came to Zizek, as many people did, by videos. And I can tell you right now, going back and rewatching his lectures after having actually read his shit is an entirely different experience. And I feel like a total moron. My former self was a total moron.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's the kind of testimony I was speaking of, because same thing. When I go and like look at it, when I watch him say anything now, I go, how was I even getting anything from that at all? I actually don't know. Was I? I don't know. But let's get into it. So let's see. Chapter 2, lecture overview. Reading comprehension is a muscle. We've already talked about it. We're going to get into the recap of, we already talked about the recap of Dasein, really. But we're going to talk about being in the world. Its three major points of entry: being in and facticity. Care, as in giving a fuckedness, precedes knowing, right? At the most base level, you give a shit. This is so funny that you'll have someone say, well, I don't give a shit. And Heidegger says, that's a deficient mode of giving a shit. You wouldn't say, I don't give a shit, if it wasn't for the fact that you give a shit, right? Your whole life has been giving a shit. And maybe you gave a shit so much that you kind of gave up. Or maybe you're indifferent, you're numb. But that indifferentness is still the kind of indifferentness vis-a-vis care that rocks just they don't have it. The potential's not even there, right? Unless, of course, the Everything Everywhere All at Once movie is true. And then rocks do have it, I guess. But the next point.
Quick thing here. The slides are like, the text is blurry for all of us. I think it's, you can't really see it.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. That's really important to know.
Yeah. Also, on our end, you're lagging like crazy. Like, it's basically just seeing like a little image of you every few seconds. So I don't know if there's anything you can do about that so that we can actually like see you speaking in real time, but it's not good. Your audio is fine, but the
I hate
visual,
this.
not so much.
Damn. For now, I think what I'll do is start a recording on the cloud.
Recording in progress.
I can always add the recording later from an editing station. But as far as making these viewable, let's see, if I put it on slideshow, no, it full screens. That messes up everything. Yeah, good call there. Let's see if I can make it viewable. This computer is an issue. I should have set up the desktop, but so, Anne, can you, while I get it set up, can you explain to everybody why I don't have my setup right now?
Yeah, because we just moved for like the third time in the last month, because we're just moving all over the place, traveling this year. So we're just crashing in a friend's like bedroom office, and Dave's computer or laptop has not been working at its highest capacity lately, but it's all we got.
Yeah, and I would normally say, well, it's underground shit, deal with it, but this is intolerable from my own standpoint. So can you all read that now? Is it blurry still?
It's still like slightly blurry, but I can at least read it better since it's closer.
All right. This is stupid.
like I know you want to have this whole like
This is-
set up, but
this
I
is
wonder
like-
what would happen if you just used.
This is like painful for me watching right now, so I'm just gonna skip ahead. Okay.
An interpretation, and that's really it. It's better, yeah?
I think we're good
All
now.
right. It's good enough. All right. I'll probably just have to redo the whole thing eventually, but for right now, for our purposes,
It's good. Don't worry
bear
about it,
with
Day.
me. So,
Don't worry about it.
care, giving a fuckedness, it precedes knowing the world, epistemology, and then we'll get into understanding and interpretation, and that's really it. It ends on the point that perception is always interpretation. And what I want to do, which is what we started to do last time, but we were basically out of time, is spend the last hour going through marked up sections of your texts. If anybody doesn't want to read something they were confused by or that they loved, but they want us to read it and kind of like talk it out, just be looking in those 9 pages and be thinking about it, because that's how I'd like to spend the last bit here. I want to say, by the way, I really loved your piece there, Nick. Your reading reflection on chapter 2 it's in the forum if anybody wants to take a look at it, but it's a really solid reflection, and I'm looking forward to getting into this with you. So let's see if I can make it go forward. I've got to unclick from the stupid fucking slide. Okay. Chapter 2. We already talked about Dasein. Its priority. Everybody gets it, right? Philosophers have talked about what being is, but they never spent enough time talking about what who's asking the question. Doesn't the fact that there's an asker of the question tell us we have to think a little bit deeper about how we do our analysis, right? I have this quote here from page 81. Fundamental ontological distinctions are easily obliterated. And if they are to be envisaged phenomenally in this way, this must be done explicitly, even at risk of discussing the obvious. Heidegger is the champion of the obvious in a sort of way that no other philosopher had ever been. He wants to center what seems naive and then dignify it. He thinks that there's something that's been lost here. And of course, the question, what is being, is profoundly naive from the standpoint of anybody who believes that it's just generality itself. From the standpoint of anybody who says, oh, it's an empty term, whatever, you're just saying something is. What's the problem? Right? But in order to say, well, being is just a generality, you just use the word to define it. You said it is. You say being is generality. The word is means being. So what you said is being generality. What does that mean? Being generality? This is not going to help us get any sort of critical distance on our fundamental assumptions about being. But as Heidegger points out, we wouldn't be able to make sense of that statement, being is generality, if we didn't already have a preconception about it, right? So the inextricably unavoidable circularity of the question is not lost on him. I know we skipped the introduction, and we'll come back to do the introduction later, but he does talk about it in the introduction. And if we have time, we'll actually touch on a passage where he talks about it. But the basic point is, he goes into this thinking about the circularity issue. But for him, largely because of his debt to Schleiermacher, he doesn't feel like that's going to pose for him a problem that it would pose for these Vienna Circle type logical positivists who think that anything appearing as circular is a fundamental issue that that's going to have to be the focus of everything they do. Certainty and making sure that they've got no circularity in anything they do. And Heidegger's basic point is, yeah, but you're already doing it. You're always already in a self-referential circularity when you say that being is X, Y, or Z. because you just said being. You've said being twice in a row. Good job. Just because we use two different words for it doesn't mean you didn't just say being when you say being is generality. You said being generality, right? So this sort of acceptance of the circularity of the problem that he can do because of Schleiermacher is because of hermeneutics as a discipline, as it had arisen. And this basic idea that you are always already interpreting, and there is no outside to interpretation. If you can, once you kind of go, okay, well, I get it, there's no escape. Cool. Then all we can do is try to make sure that we're not in vicious circularity, and instead try to figure out a way to get some good, useful tools so that we're not just falling into the vicious downward spiral of that circularity, but can instead hopefully get some critical distance on it and then build out something that's based on something real, right? So traditionally, our understanding of being is based on analogies to things most unlike us, right? Traditionally, we've thought about, we look at the world, we think about beings, we see animals, they're a lot more like us than trees, so we call ourselves the rational animal. Okay, we didn't call ourselves the rational tree. It's a being too. Why didn't we call ourselves the rational trees instead of the rational animals? Well, we're a lot more like animals than we are like trees. Okay, but why? And it's not a completely ridiculous question. Obviously, there's similarities, but there's also fundamental differences. And when your starting point is a focus on similarity and you don't spend enough time really fleshing out the differences there, then those are the fundamental ontological distinctions that are easily obliterated that he's talking about on page 81. In the same way that you have to presuppose being to talk about being, you actually have to presuppose being in the world to talk about really anything at all. Being in the world is operative for every philosopher, yet they've not formally put it under analysis. In the same way that being is circular, and we'll talk about it from the introduction, being in the world is circular. But it's a circularity that is the condition of possibility for being able to discuss epistemological problems, logical puzzles, metaphysical speculations, etc. Being in the world is the necessary presupposition for all of those things, right? One of my favorite examples of this is if you try to read René Descartes, if you try to go to his Discourse on Method, is that the name of it? I think so. If you try to go to his Discourse on Method, it's not like the Meditations. He starts his Discourse on Method talking about how he grew up, what his educational experience was like, big realizations he had as he was growing. It reads like a biography. That's because he can't think of, there's no pure philosophy. He's sort of admitting it up front. He can't just talk about, oh yeah, these ideas, they came out of nowhere. No, you can find out all about Descartes. He's telling you about it in a way that most philosophers, like Kant, for instance, really thought they could leave out. Descartes really is presupposing worldhood, and if you read the Discourse on Method, it's there, page after page. But then when you've got some guy like Kant, do you ever see it? Does he ever talk about growing up in Königsberg or whatever it was called in Prussia at the time? No, never talks about it. So we're going to talk about in the world in chapter 4. Is that right? Should that be chapter 3? I think it's chapter 3. I think I got this wrong. But we're going to talk about in the world, and then we're going to talk about the entity that has being in the world, and then we're going to talk about being in. He wants you to hold all three in mind, and right now you can only really hold a couple of these as placeholders, But because being in is saved for last, he actually wants to get out ahead of certain mistaken assumptions that will easily come as a habit of thought and clarify being in. So really, he's focusing on being in this chapter, even though he's going to dedicate a whole chapter to it later. Because it's being saved for last, he kind of has to give you a taste for it now, because otherwise we will get off to the wrong foot. Basically, it's this. We're not in the world, when we talk about being in the world, the way that a cup or a chair or water in the cup or the chair in the room is in the world. In the same way that you say, well, that rock is, and Snellgrove is, you're using the same word, but it's different, right? It has a difference to it. And so the idea that the chair doesn't touch the wall, the table, it doesn't touch the wall. He said, even if it turned out that the space between the chair and the wall is 0, that wall is not, the chair is not the kind of entity for whom the wall can be encounterable, right? Obviously, though, the world is the kind of thing, we are the kind of entity for whom the world can be encounterable. And therefore, we're in it, in this other sense, right? And it's this sense that should make us think about words that I have on the screen here, like immersion, habitat, dwelling, caring for, and tending to. I didn't even realize that it would be such a problem, but I have like highlighted sections for facticity here. But if someone would like to read from pages 82 to 3, I think that the part that I want to start on begins with Dasein's facticity is such that its being in the world has always dispersed itself or even split itself up into definite ways of being in.
I'm happy to do that. You said 82?
Yes, sir.
Let me zoom on over there. All right, where do you want me to start? In the first instance, or?
I literally can't see it on the screen.
Halfway down the first paragraph, Dasein's facticity.
Thank you.
Okay. Halfway down first paragraph, Dasein's facticity. Oh man, I'm not seeing it. Am I dumb?
It's actually on page 83.
Oh,
well, that's pretty key. Oh, all right, it sure is. All right, I'll read. You stop me when you want. Dasein's facticity is such that its being in the world has always dispersed itself or even split itself up into definite ways of being in. The multiplicity of these is indicated by the following examples: having to do with something, producing something, attending to something and looking after it, making use of something, giving something up and letting it go, undertaking, accomplishing, evincing, interrogating, considering, discussing, determining. All these ways of being in have concern as their kind of being, a kind of being which we have yet to characterize in detail. Leaving undone, neglecting, renouncing, taking a rest, these too are ways of concern, but these are all deficient modes in which the possibilities of concern are kept to a bare minimum. The term concern has, in the first instance, its colloquial signification and can mean to carry out something, to get it done, to straighten it out. It can also mean to provide oneself with something. We use the expression with still another characteristic turn of phrase when we say, I am concerned for the success of the undertaking. Here, concern means something like apprehensiveness. In contrast to these colloquial ontical significations, the expression concern will be used in this investigation as an ontological term for an existentiality, and will designate the being of a possible way of being in the world. This term has been chosen not because Dasein happens to be proximally and to a large extent practical and economic, but because the being of Dasein itself is to be made visible as care. Care italicized here.
That's perfect.
That's it?
That's good for right now, yeah.
Okay.
So something that I want you to all be thinking about as we continue, and we'll have a sort of side conversation about it, or it'll be one of the themes. It seems like concern and care speak of the same thing, but they're both existentials. They're both existential structures. He brings them both into the same paragraph. He talks about concern, then he says Dasein itself is care. I think what he's doing is saying that care is the fundamental basis that is presupposed by all of the other existentialia. And all of the other existentialia hold together care as it is experienced for us. And I think the concern has to do with our ready-to-hand engagements with things, because everything he just listed off on there, it falls under that category. But also could potentially be a bit broader than that. So I just kind of want everyone to kind of keep that in mind, this kind of question mark over the relation between care and concern. But I think concern is downstream from care, though care couldn't exist without concern. This is that sort of circularity. It's a point of emphasis, and it's basically to say, if we were not concerned with all of these various ways of being in the world that we've been divided up into, as he says, if we didn't have that down as a set of habits, if we didn't have daily dealings that are habitual to where we don't have to think about how to do them, then we wouldn't be able to do anything at all, right? And we wouldn't be able to focus on anything outside of those things. So a good example of that is a baby learning how to walk. That baby's entire existence is focused on trying to figure out what the hell it's doing while it's trying to take those steps, right? It could not learn how to read while trying to learn how to walk, right? But once that baby's learned how to walk, I think the mode in which it relates to the walking is through concern. Because I think that walking could be said to be one of our concerns. Or it's a condition of possibility for being able to be engaged with a lot of our various kinds of concern. But basically we have concerns. And it's not just like colloquially in the United States, American Standard English, you say, I have concerns. People think, oh God, you're about to problematize something that I said, right? But in the way that he's using the term, it's expanded to really say it's engagements, it's practical activities, it's the shit that you've got to think about, that you've got to deal with. So I do like the term dealings. And this is one of the wonderful things about Dr. Hubert Dreyfus's focus on the pragmatic aspect of this project. He talks about coping and daily dealings a lot. It's not exactly the terminology that Heidegger's using in the translation that we're reading. But yeah, it's the dealings, it's our daily dealings, and it's our ways of coping in the world. Now, coping obviously brings to mind a lot of other things. I think baggage that wasn't really something that Dreyfus had to think about. But, you know, nowadays when we think of like cope, like we're talking about like the bullshit that we tell ourselves or the things that we do to deal with other kinds of bullshit, right? In this very expanded sense, that is kind of what he's talking about, Dreyfus, except that what's underlying it that makes it intelligible for Dreyfus when he says Dasein coping is that
our fundamental mood, and we'll get into that later, our fundamental mood is a kind of anxiety. If our fundamental mood is a kind of anxiety, then yeah, everything we do is a kind of coping with that fundamental situation, right? To put it in like more like Buddhist terms, life is suffering. Well, then if life is suffering, then of course everything that we're doing is a way of coping with that situation, right? So to think about like the fact that we preoccupy ourselves with our daily dealings, but also that we do so habitually, meaning that we can consciously be focusing on other things while doing so, that's all presupposing a relationship with the world that we are in and a way of being in the world that is a response to fundamental anxiety. Okay? Bringing you back to this slide here. Did it actually change? Yes. Not caring is just a deficient mode of care. We already kind of got into that. I say giving a fuckedness, even though it's clunky and annoying, only half ironically. Like, it's the point of using terminology like you give a fuck is not so that I can be crass or edgy, because I mean, none of you are impressed by such things. So you'd be like, well, duh. The point is, this is Heidegger's way of talking. He uses common vernacular when he talks. We give a fuck. Now, it's an American way of saying it, but we do. Someone says, I don't give two shits. Yeah, but you're not giving two shits is on the basis of giving a fuck, right? So the only thing I really want to touch on from this slide, because we've already been over all of that, I don't want to beat this horse to death, is this bullet point that touches on what came up in the question and answer or conversation period of lecture 1. And I wrote, meaningful intentional acts presuppose care. It's just, I think that the reason that Heidegger wants to show that that care is the basis of everything, all of the other existential structures that he can derive have their basis in care. The reason he wants to show that is so that he can turn to Bertrand Russell or Frege or Wittgenstein, as well as his mentor Husserl, and say, yeah, but all of these epistemological problems that you're so preoccupied with, that you think are the most fundamental, the most essential, are on the basis of, as Dasein, giving a fuck. And it's not just anything that you care about. Yeah, now you focus on ontically, all of these different things. You might focus on propositional logic. You might focus on a nursing program. You might focus on Broadway. You might have all kinds of cares and concerns. But those have their basis in the fundamental facticity of care itself. And this is like there's no getting out from under it or over it or away from it. You can make yourself indifferent to it. You can develop a deficient mode towards it, consciously or unconsciously. Who cares? The point is it's an immutable fact. You can't get outside of it. And philosophically, any attempt to do a philosophy of the world and everything in it or whatever, a total conception of the absolute, everything, there's a motive behind it. You're that kind of being who has a motive. What is your motivation for caring about all these things? Oh, well, I like them. Oh, well, I'm afraid of that, so I pay attention to it. Oh, yeah. We've got all of our ontological sort of rationalizations for it. But Heidegger has a lot of operating assumptions going into this work, and he tries to be very honest and upfront about what his operating assumptions are. There are certain operating assumptions he's not honest about, or that he's not upfront about because maybe he wasn't aware of them. Who knows?
but there's ones that he's definitely aware of and being honest about. And a fundamental operating assumption is that we actually have a motive driving our ontological preoccupations and interests, and it's not the motive that almost anybody would tell you is their ultimate motive. This is kind of similar to what Freud is doing with sex, right? Sex is at the bottom. It's there for it. It's everything. It's influencing everything. Well, so is death, right? And so thinking sex and death is something that every one of us has to do as a thinker, right? As a thinker, right now we're doing the What is Sex course with Alenka Zupancic. By we, I mean at Theory Underground. Several of the people who are in this actually just got an opportunity to meet her over Zoom. And that was fantastic. And really what she's talking about is the way that as we develop in the world, we get subjectivized and we have to get socialized into things. And getting socialized into things means that our vitality, our energy, our drive, it can't just be all over the place, all across the body. It moves to specific locations, and it's not always the locations they're supposed to go into, because the moving into concrete locations on the body or in the psyche or however you want to talk about it doesn't just happen on its own. It happens as you're socialized and as you learn a way to navigate or take in the know of society, prohibition. But what about death? The fact is we know that we're going to die. Everyone knows it. But we know it the way that it's kind of like, yeah, I know that I could die in a car accident. It's just not very likely. Unless that's like my pet fear. The chances are, I know it theoretically, but it's just not real to me, right? It only becomes real to somebody who's been through a kind of experience that makes it real to them. But we basically know that people die, and we do this in this sort of abstract way that kind of keeps it in the distance. It keeps it theoretical. And then even if it happens to somebody else, even if that person's very close to us, there's still like this feeling, and I think Dostoevsky talks about this, in that at one point Heidegger will be kind of referencing Dostoevsky without calling him by name. It's this idea, or is it Tolstoy? I'm getting my Russians mixed up. But basically, that person died, so I don't have to. Like, you always kind of have this feeling that like, oh no, they died. But it's always like others. We never really think about what that means for ourselves. Heidegger's going to go a lot further with this. I'm only kind of touching on it as a sort of like, I wouldn't call it a spoiler because this is nonfiction, okay? And everybody's already aware that Heidegger is thinking about being unto death. That is the basis for care, right? So this whole Division 1 thing is setting up care. As far as like what kind of anxiety underlies our fundamental mood and like why, it's the fact that we experience finitude. It's really easy to forget about it. We flee in the face of it, which is why it's easy to forget about. Heidegger is going to really use a lot with this. He's going to go a long way with this term fleeing. But we're fleeing in the face of the possibility of no more possibilities. It's not the same thing as perishing, because when you perish, your body, it's no longer animated. The blood stops pumping. The oxygen exits your lungs. You deteriorate. You decompose. You become the ground. The worms eventually get in there. Whatever. It's disgusting. But that's not what he's talking about when he says being unto death. It really doesn't scratch the surface. And in fact, he would say that that's an ontological obfuscation of what's actually going on. Because whether you're an atheist or a Christian or a Muslim or any other faith, whether you believe in reincarnation, heaven and hell, whatever it is, or you just say, no, we become nothingness after we die, whatever. Consciousness ends, and that's the end of it because there's no soul.
he's bracketed out all of that. And for him, he's saying it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your belief system, what your ideology, what your fundamental operating assumptions are about this supposed afterlife. That's the reason that you have to have faith in that afterlife in the first place. The reason it requires faith is because you don't actually know. And it's this fundamental uncertainty about when things end and how they end that is more close to what he's getting at when he talks about death. Existential death can happen to you 20 years before you die, right? If you spend the last 20 years of your life sitting there watching ABC News or whatever, like, and you've really got no care or concern in any serious way that has you feeling vital, like you've got a purpose on this planet, there's a chance he might talk about that as death, right? Like, but this is the idea that you can lose yourself or win yourself. It's there on the first pages of the book. We can win ourselves or lose ourselves. And existential death is something that if you're not kind of thinking about it consciously, it becomes a lot easier to lose yourself as you're fleeing in the face of that imminent possibility of no more possibilities. Meaningful intentional acts, as in Husserl, knowing about the world through propositions and then sitting there and working through their whether they're valid, whether they're sound, wanting answers to anything fundamental. All of these things presuppose being the kind of being who's always already in the world, fleeing in the face of your fundamental possibility of no more possibilities, and coping in that situation while going about your daily dealings. Now that, what I just said right there, that's just Heideggerianese. I'm just spitting Heideggerianese. That I tried most of the time. I'm trying not to, but the reason I want to every once in a while kind of just bring in all of the kind of these terms that all kind of refer to each other, because as you get a sense for it, it becomes almost inescapable, which is you'll see the way that it actually shapes other ways of talking that other theorists develop once they actually get into Heideggerianese. There's two kinds of theorists who read Heidegger: the ones who never get out of speaking Heideggerianese, and the ones who found a new way of talking, but it's kind of still like Heideggerianese. Like Foucault finds a completely different way of talking, but it's just like his own modification, right? So, care. When you think of care, you think of the fact this stuff's not arbitrary. We've got motivations and we've got limits on how long we're here. The finitude of time, of our time to be here with one another and with our projects, that colors everything. And it colors everything in a way that's deeper than the metaphor coloring even goes, right? Without color, you have black and white TV. But we're not talking about black and white to color TV. When we're talking about high definition color versus the black and white static when the TV doesn't actually have any connections, right? Back in the day. We're talking about the greatest difference in the world. And it's the greatest difference in the world that underlies the reason that a cup is not in the room the way that we can say Nance is in that room, Nick is in that room. I'm just saying people's names because I'm looking down at people. But I see you, you're in a room somewhere. But are you in it? Not if you're still thinking about something that's not even present here in the room, right? For Heidegger, because he's bracketed out this mind-body dualism, and he's thinking about the being in the world. It's not just a mind that's in a body that has reflections on things from other parts of if all you're thinking about is how you need to go have a conversation with your grandma while she remains here on this earth, while you still have the chance, and you're in this course and you're in this room and you're there's a Zoom call going on, or you're watching the video after the fact and you're like, but you're mainly thinking about grandma because she's not doing well right now. I keep going back to this grandma example because it's always good for me, because it's like I do feel like I have missed opportunities when it comes to grandparents, and I like to remind people that's an easy to miss opportunity, right? But it's, if you were in this hypothetical scenario thinking a lot about your grandma, Heidegger's going to say you're closer to her in that moment than you are to the room that you're in, right? He collapses the distinction between further and farther. You know, that's an English distinction that we have. Further with a U is a metaphor for distance. Like, oh, she's further away from me than ever. But then like farther with the A, that's like, no, like she's literally she's farther away, like physically farther away. Heidegger's, this is a distinction he's not using. Obviously, he would still be able to say that, oh, I'm far away from somebody. I'm X amount of miles. Yeah, we can always practically use these kinds of ways of measuring situations. But the meaning of that distance is what he's trying to get at. What is the sense of the meaning of that distance? Okay. I'm going to basically skip this whole slide once I've read the quote, because we've already been over everything else. But it says, Dasein has at its disposal an understanding of its own being, no matter how indefinitely this understanding may function. But no sooner was the phenomenon of knowing the world grasped than it got interpreted in a superficial formal manner. Now, there's always something a little funny about when he puts things in quotes. You know, like if you call something superficial, but then you put it in quotes, you're like, ooh, that's superficial. You're kind of giving yourself like an ironic distance from just using the word, right? Like, so I'm not really sure. If anybody finds out that he's doing something more than that with putting superficial into quotes, let me know. But as far as I'm aware, he's basically just saying, we've interpreted the world in a superficial manner, and he's putting it in quotes because he's kind of giving himself a little bit of distance from it. But I already touched on the whole thing about the meditations. We talked about total immersion. I want to caution you against reading his language of being alongside the world. When I took this course in my while I was working on my bachelor's, Dr. Gardner, who was teaching it, put a big caution mark on that, because being alongside the world sounds a lot like tarrying alongside the world. It doesn't really sound different. It sounds very passive. It sounds a little removed. So I don't understand what was in Macquarie and Robinson's mind when they translated this, because they were translating it to make it sound different than tarrying alongside, but being alongside and tarrying alongside, I mean, these sound like the same thing, like tarrying and being alongside. Well, alongside does not sound immersed and engaged in the world. It sounds like you're sitting on the bench watching the game go on and you're not in it. So the caution is to just read being alongside as total immersion, being totally immersed. If every time you see it in the book while you're reading it, if you see the words being alongside, feel free to cross out alongside and write totally immersed, totally engaged, totally enthralled. If you're depressed, like fundamentally depressed, you have no motivation to do anything, you're hating yourself, you're still totally enthralled in the sense that he's using it. Enthralled is not like this purely positive thing. You could be terrified that you're going to get, you and your whole family are going to get wiped out in this war that's starting up. And you're still being enthralled. Meaning, it's like you play a video game and you're grinding and it's boring, but you're still doing it anyway because you want to level up. Well, why are you doing the boring thing? It's because there's this bigger goal, right? And if you're depressed because your meaning and your purpose and what you're doing and all these things, they don't really match up, or you haven't figured them out or whatever, everything's going wrong and you keep messing up, this is a deficient mode of the normally being enthralled, but it's still a kind of being enthralled, right? You're still very much like there for it. You're still choosing it. And that's inescapable. Actually, you know what? That other quote is actually, it's pretty important. On page 88, he says that the mode of knowledge that sees things on the basis of presence is a response to a deficiency in our having to do with the world concernfully. Right? Like if you don't remember anything else from this book, you'll remember readiness to hand is not presence at hand. Right? That's the one thing everybody walks away with this from. In fact, Samuel Loncar's critique of Dreyfus is, to be overly simplistic, kind of like, that's all Dreyfus got from this, was that. But if that's all you get, that's still a lot. And that's awesome. A construction management professor who had spent like 40 years in the field working for Winco and Albertsons and places like that, who is an architect, tried to read this book with us the first time I led a group doing this book. And the one thing that he remembered was readiness to hand versus presence at hand. He'd always bring it up. And it's the one thing that will definitely stick easiest, because every time you're engaging with things, you're going to be asking yourself, how are you engaging with it? And it's going to become readily apparent that readiness to hand is our primary mode of engagement. Concernful dealing with the world as a whole set of ready at hand relations that you're presupposing every time you focus on any specific thing. Any intentional act to consciousness presupposes all of that other stuff going on in the background. All of that other stuff going on in the background can be deduced existentially from the very act of intentional consciousness itself. So this quote on page 88 is an indicator of things to come. It's a foreshadowing. When he says that the mode of knowledge that's, I put in brackets, the mode of knowledge that sees things on the basis of presence is a response to. I'm just trying to simplify something that he says that leads up to this point where he says, presence at hand, consciousness of the presence at hand, thinking of things in terms of presence at hand, is always a response to a deficiency in our having to do with the world concernfully. What could that mean? It means that anything that you have a ready-to-hand engagement with, if it obstinately, for some reason, does not serve its task or it breaks, it throws us out of that ready-to-hand relationship. And in fact, I would say this is probably one of the biggest causes of frustration in the world, is when you are stressed and you got to be somewhere at a certain time and you've been trying to get everything together, but you keep having breakdowns in your world, meaning that things that are ready to hand most of the time, all of a sudden they're not. So if you are trying to run out the door, you're trying to get to a wedding on time, and you go for the keys, and oh my God, I don't know where my keys are. They're not ready to hand. If you're riding your bicycle on the way to work and the chain slips off, you might have been thinking about anything else in the world, and now all of a sudden, oh shit, you're thinking about that bicycle and the fact that it is now inoperable. Inoperability is the cause of thinking about things at present at hand. When it breaks down, you get off of it, and then you try to figure out, okay, do I need to call an Uber to get to work? What am I going to do with this bicycle? I can't just leave it here. Maybe I can get the chain back up on the gears. Oh, okay, yeah, I can do that, right? But you're suddenly in the mode of problem solving. Presence at hand, everything that we can formalize as present at hand, which is to really say all science, most philosophy, is a response to something that broke down. But then you go, well, what about someone who just is studying lemurs because they think it's interesting. I don't think that Freud, Lacan, or Heidegger is going to accept that anybody studies lemurs because they're just curious about lemurs, right? If anybody tells you, well, they're just the most precious creatures, and I've got some bigger, interest in learning biology, and I want to be, I want to have credentials and be in this field so I can be part of this discipline, this discourse, etc. Okay, well, now we're starting to get somewhere, but now we're talking about bigger projects. And those bigger projects have their own motivations. And a lot of our projects that we undertake, a lot of our concernful dealings, insofar as they're superficial, insofar as they're self-undermining, insofar as they aren't our own most. They're not like, we're not tapped into our fundamental possibilities that no one else has. We're not really figuring out what our purpose is, right? Like, what's the contribution that you can make that no one else can make? When you're in this sort of, he would call it inauthentic mode of being sort of caught up in a whole complex of daily concerns and dealings, ready-to-hand engagements, etc., you have fundamental possibilities that you're not taking on in a sort of courageous and focused, dedicated manner, right? So why would someone focus on something more arbitrary than lemurs? Why would people sit there and analyze things that seem to have absolutely nothing to do with your fundamental possibilities? Or why would people then go and tell you, oh, well, you're just a subject and the world out there, it's objective, and everything about the universe it's all indifferent and it doesn't care about us? Well, why are you saying that? Like, there's a motivation behind it. You're not just speaking objective truths. There's no such thing as just speaking objective truth. You're not God. You don't have that consciousness of everything. So this idea that you, a subject, telling another subject, well, that's just subjective. Well, okay, yeah, but what is functionally occurring when you do this? And then maybe you point, when you're doing this, to some facts that were derived in this mode of present at hand analysis. Why? Heidegger says it's because there's been a breakdown. There's a deficiency in our having to do with the world concernfully. Now, the section when we actually get into all that, it's coming up in upcoming chapters. It's going to become a theme. It's honestly one of my favorite parts of the whole book. And that's really just something that he's tipping his hat at here. He's just foreshadowing it on page 88. And I just wanted to highlight it because, man, I mean, this is probably like one of the most important things. And he's just doing a lot of foreshadowing throughout this chapter. And so there's all these really exciting things. But if you haven't heard the song yet, then you don't see how this is one of the chords that's going to become thematic in the actual chorus or melody, right? All right, I'm about to wrap it up. The main thing to close out the whole thing, the whole chapter on, is just to keep in mind that he has two different terms. One is understanding and the other one is interpretation, and they are not the same thing, right? In the same way that I was saying that concern is downstream from care, even though it's related in a very obvious way. Interpretation is downstream from understanding. We will be turning to at least one or two parts where he talks about this, but basically, in terms of his operating assumptions, you can't talk about something if you don't already have some kind of an understanding of it. Even if it's an empty understanding, even if your understanding of it is nothing but a placeholder, there's no pure discovery of something that comes from the void. It's not like we are these little empirical subjects that could exist without any reference to anything else, and then all of a sudden we start to, oh, look, it's rocks and trees and animals. No, we have a fundamental understanding, and that is being itself, right? We have some kind of a pre-ontological, pre-theoretical, pre-scientific understanding. Otherwise, whenever we had a conversation and we're saying, these are, this is, I am, you are, we're really the stuff that holds everything about language together, it wouldn't make any sense to me. It wouldn't make any sense to you. Everyone would be out of the loop. There would be no conversation. And we'd just be these instinctual beings. But instead, we're the kinds of beings that have a relationship to being that has some kind of foggy, vague preconception of it. And it might be foggy and vague, but it's there because we would be incoherent without it. And so I'm going to read this quote. It's from page 86 to 87. Dasein has at its disposal an understanding of its own being, no matter how indefinitely this understanding may function. But no sooner was the phenomenon of knowing the world, in quotes, grasped, than it got interpreted in a superficial, formal manner. There's that word again. For him, of course, he's talking about presence in hand. We've taken as our point of departure entities that are not ourselves. Right? Well, we don't want to be circular, so of course we do that. Well, we kind of have to be, though, because we can't get outside of language and we can't get outside of ourselves, no matter how hard we try. So epistemology and its dogma, such as subject-object dualism, such as that's just as subjective, or well, objectively, or when someone says, well, how do we know we exist? Or when someone says, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. In all of these cases, something's being presupposed, but also it's not a problem for us. Why would it be a problem? It's what's closest to us. But that's just it. If you remember from the last time, one of the fundamental operating assumptions Heidegger has is that whatever is closest to us is hardest to talk about. It's hardest to theorize. It's hardest to conceptualize, understand, or operate with in a kind of aware manner. Being, in order to make it perplexing for us again, in order to really raise the question again, we have to think about, not only is it closest to us, but we have this fundamental relation to it of a kind of preconception, a kind of, now of course, Heidegger doesn't like the language of concepts. Because concept makes you think of cognitive, and cognitive makes you think of mind versus body. It makes you think of the dualism that he's against. So the word concept is problematic, even though we might say that being in the world is a concept. Yeah, well, he doesn't like that. He wants to call it an existential structure, right? He doesn't want to say that this is just, there's a signifier that's pointing at a signified. No, this isn't a signified. In Saussure's sense, a signified is a concept. We're talking about a referent that isn't an object in the world, like a cup. No, we're talking, the referent for the signifier being in the world is the very thing that makes talking about signifiers possible, right? It's the very thing presupposed by our epistemological problems, by the deadlocks in philosophy, by the very fact that when you take a philosophy class, it's taught usually as a series of failed attempts at solving various puzzles or problems. In fact, it becomes so annoying for people trying to deal with this. Like, people go to a philosophy course hoping that they're going to hear something profound that makes them think about themselves, the world, their life in a way that they've never thought about before, right? And instead of leaving perplexed in a way that opens their mind to possibilities and makes them want or yearn for more concepts, they instead walk out just going, okay, so all the greatest minds in the history of the world thought a lot about things and have no real answers about anything, so whatever. I was just at a family get-together, and Anne and I
are getting married, and one of the someone had brought up philosophy, like my love for philosophy or something, and I saw in the back of the room, like one of the uncles said, he kind of like leaned over to other people and he goes, when a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it, does it make a sound? And they all laughed. And it's like, that is the caricature of philosophy, because those kinds of problems dealt with in a sort of sterilized academic way, it's stupid. It's laughable. But bringing it back around, Heidegger would say, no, no one heard it. It's not real. Existence is a term that we're using for Dasein. You could say that something's an existent. Yeah, the trees in the forest, the sound waves, those are existence. But the being for whom being is an issue, not being present, actually does mean something. And so, of course, as long as there's still people on the planet, then it's still potentially there for those beings. But insofar as we're talking about a world without humans on it, we're just talking about the moon. We're just talking about rocks and trees, right? There is this more radical sort of eco-conscious Heidegger that comes about in his later life, where we get into questions of other kinds of beings and the fundamentally exploitative way the capital relates to the world and all of its beings. He bases that in our fundamental way of disclosing everything through technology. The fundamental way of disclosing things through technology is to render everything to be nothing but a tool that is at our disposal. Like, the whole point of the planet is just to serve our appetites. That's a problem for Heidegger. So he's not uncritical of this. And there's even there are hints of that later critique here present in Being and Time. But for right now, the tree that falls, the squirrel might run away. And maybe that squirrel's being is an issue for it. Like, we don't know. But it's kind of just like saying that the universe exists for the beings who comport themselves towards their being. That nothing just sits inert so long as there's a kind of life that can win itself or lose itself. But to bring it back to interpretation now, the last slide, still related to the first slide on the question of interpretation. Just to recap that understanding, we always have a fundamental understanding of something. Interpretation comes after the fact. Usually those are culturally inherited, or they're based on our experience, and we tend to have our interpretations come through a superficial way. Right? Like he talks about, we just get these superficial conceptions, so we just think about ourselves as the same kind of being the squirrels have, right? But we don't think about difference, we're thinking about similarity. The consciousness of the child has a lot easier time, and by the way, children are a lot more brilliant than most of us in a lot of ways, but there's this sort of like, it's easy to see comparisons and it's really hard to see differences, at least where they're fundamental. And tarrying with those differences, that's the real goal. But to get back from a superficial interpretation doesn't mean we just discard interpretation wholesale. The only way to counter interpretation is with more interpretation. The only thing that we can do, because we can't ever get ourselves outside of the interpretive circle, the hermeneutic circle, the only thing that we can do is develop tools for doing better interpretation. But all interpretations presuppose understanding. You have a fundamental understanding of being, or we couldn't talk about it. And then all of our interpretations of being are on that basis of that fundamental understanding. The last quote, he says, "What is thus perceived and made determinate can be expressed in propositions and can be retained and preserved as what has thus been asserted." Propositional logic, standard, traditional problems of epistemology,
They happen at the letter of propositions. And what is thus perceived and made determinate can be expressed in propositions. In History of the Concept of Time, he said that seeing is articulation already. You don't see things in some sort of God's eye objective neutral way. That's a thought experiment. No, you see things in a determinate way. Insofar as you actually, I don't want to say acknowledge, I want to say, it's not, what's the word? Insofar as something registers for you consciously, you've already interpreted it, right? Even if you're confused by it, it probably belongs to some kind of a set of things that you're confused about. Or you're confused about the set that you're kind of thinking that it belongs to, or the category, whatever. Propositions take these little pieces of the world that are facts or lies or something, question marks. And it tries to fit them into some kind of a system. It tries to qualify them. It tries to test their validity. You can use evidence. You can use tests to actually come up with like the soundness of a proposition. But we find ways of passing this stuff on linguistically, yeah. But the fact that we're already, always already, as he would say, always already in language, insofar as we've already perceived something, we've already interpreted it. So if you were like, okay, I'm going to start interpreting things phenomenologically here in this room, well, it'd probably be pretty boring. You'd really just be talking, well, I see this thing, it looks like this, it looks like that, whatever. The reason it's boring is because it's there. Like you've already registered a long time ago, and by the time you consciously registered it, you probably already had this interpretation of it. So to get back to some fundamental understanding of things, to see outside of the mere way that it presents itself in our standard way of interpreting it, is a profoundly difficult task that requires first becoming perplexed. And so I know that at least one of you, I think it's probably Adam, might be Nance, it's probably Nance, has said, I love being confused. And in fact, when I'm not confused and when I feel like I'm getting it, then I'm scared. I think I've heard you both say this. And so it's like, yeah, you're that loving to be perplexed, part of the reason is because most of the world, we've already written it off as fucked, right? We already understand it, and it's fucked. Or we take it for granted. Oh yeah, that, this, the other thing, you take it for granted. The sense of profundity that comes from this text is not just that once you break through and understand the way he's talking, it becomes clear and then you feel great because you understood something that was difficult to comprehend, which, I mean, that is a part of it, and that's part of the jouissance of continental philosophy that people get addicted to, for sure. But there's also just a profundity that comes from tarrying with being perplexed. And I think, honestly, one of the values of this text is when that becoming perplexed about something, the something in question is actually the thing, the very thing that's not a thing that is closest to home for all of us. To become perplexed by that, it gives you sort of this room, this sort of wiggle room in life. I don't know. I don't really know how to describe it. I've been thinking about it for years. I still can't really find a way to describe it. But it's to be perplexed by being. I find it as like it's a sort of life-changing experience. It'll never stop once it's started. But I wonder if anyone's able to find the part of page 89 that I'm referring to, where it says interpretive perception assumes being in the world. Because that's not the way it's put on page 89, but there is a specific part that gets at that.
I think I have it. Oh.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, I'll just start reading where I think maybe you're talking about the top of 89. I'll start with the sentence before. Such looking at enters the mode of dwelling autonomously alongside entities within the world. In this kind of dwelling, as I'm holding oneself back from any manipulation or utilization, the perception of the present at hand is consummated. Perception is consummated when one addresses oneself to something as something and discusses it as such. This amounts to interpretation in the broadest sense, and on the basis of such interpretation, perception becomes an act of making determinate. What is thus perceived and made determinate can be expressed in propositions and can be retained and preserved as what has thus been asserted. This perceptive retention of an assertion about something is itself a way of being in the world. It is not to be interpreted as a procedure by which a subject provides itself with representations of something which remains stored up inside, as having been thus appropriated, and with regard to which the question of how they agree with actuality can occasionally arise. That's the end of the paragraph.
That's great. Yeah, that's it. And really that's to say that presence at hand is consummated in this mode of tarrying alongside is to say that, remember how being alongside, I said, is properly speaking should be thought of as total, like being totally immersed, right? Being totally engaged. He's saying that the mode of tarrying alongside, which is a breakaway from the mode of total immersion, right? It's the posture. It's a way of looking at something. You have a bunny rabbit on the table. There's a bunny rabbit on the table, but you're not allowing yourself to feel anything about it. You're just trying to observe it in a completely neutral way. You take a knife and you stick it. I'm sorry, I know that this is, but you're gonna. Well, it's biology, right? We just want to carve it up and find out what it's made of. What is the bunny rabbit? Well, you already know what a frog or a pig is because presumably at some point, if you did a science class on biology, then you got to dissect one of these things. Oh, well then totally, you know what it is now because you've dissected it, right? I mean, that's like, if a little kid is out in the woods killing little animals and just stabbing them and like doing weird things with them, we go, oh shit, this kid's on the path to becoming a serial killer. But when we're all in a classroom and we're told that it's a biology class, oh, suddenly it's okay. In fact, everybody should be trying to get inside of the same headspace as that kid. Try to be in this headspace of, we don't have a moral compass. Try to be in the headspace of, I don't care if it has feelings. Try to be in the relation to that animal that is purely present at hand. Just tarrying alongside. It's based on a deficiency in a ready-to-hand mode of engagement. There's been a breakdown in the world that has made us go, we don't know what's going on anymore. We don't know who we are. We don't know anything, right? Because science arises from the fact that we've got fundamental questions about what it is to be. So science arises from the facticity of being the kind of being for whose how do you say it? Being the kind of being for whom its being is an issue, right? Yeah. And so if you get lost in the sauce and think that this tarrying alongside mode that can dissect bunny rabbits or grandmas and think it's come to some fundamental truth about existence and then deduce and totalize everything on the basis of that, you might be missing something. These thought experiments that create mind-body dualism and then reify it, starting with modern philosophy, didn't come from some cogito floating in a void somewhere. It came from a René Descartes who was profoundly disturbed by the division between science and church because he thought they were both profoundly important.
and he wanted to give them each their proper lane to operate within. Right? He thought science over here, church over here, we can have a working relationship between these two things. Presumably, he means what he tells us when he actually says that. That is his goal in the introduction to the Meditations. But existence had broken down for him and become an issue for him in a way that it hadn't been for other philosophers. Augustine, Aquinas, and so all of these other guys. They're doing philosophy in a sort of sense. And they have some idea of like the whole human being and its place in the cosmos. That cosmos is gone now for Descartes. That place in the cosmos is gone now for Descartes. Because there's been a Copernican revolution. There's now a big question mark over everything, right? There's been a breakdown in the world, in this meaningful, engaged sense of being in the world. And now we can't just be in the world. We can't just be human as humans have been. No. The whole universe does not actually revolve around us. Our telescopes have told us that this is the case. Right? This is the anxiety and the nihilism creeping in that is causing so much uncertainty, so much confusion, so much debate, so much war between science and church. And that's what Descartes is responding to when he's using these thought experiments to try to found a really certain philosophy on something stable. Well, what's the need for stability when he's doing this? The need for stability is based in a breakdown of something that had felt stable before, right? It was a kind of being in the world that could be taken for granted, and that's been lost. And so this is what he's thinking about as sort of the origin of contemporary science. And I'll just read it one last time. What is thus perceived and made determinate can be expressed in propositions and can be retained and preserved as what has thus been asserted. Which means that language, propositional logic, discourse, science, argumentation, the life of the mind, it's easy for it to become caught up in secondary stuff. Echoes upon echoes, removed from the source. Facts that feel like they speak on their own but don't because they've been put in a specific order for us. Kinds of ways of prioritizing certain facts over others that therefore we deduce life is meaningless. Right? Like there's something going on here. And he's saying it comes from this mode of tarrying alongside, trying to be objective and analyze everything in a sort of cold-hearted, stone cold killer, I'm dissecting the rabbit, I don't care if it screams mode, but that itself is based in a fundamental anxiety. That itself is based in a fundamental breakdown. That itself comes from this deficiency that was mentioned on the previous slide. Or the slide before that, sorry. Where is it? Oh, it was this one from 88. The mode of knowledge that sees things on the basis of presence is a response to a deficiency in our having to do with the world concernfully. Right? Now, of course, you can still deal with the world concernfully in the lab while doing science. But we're trying to get to fundamentals here. And at basis, it's a being in the world who cares. And that, everybody, is the lecture. Thanks so much for coming to week 2. It really means the world to me that you made it. And I hope that the readings are going well. And I'd like to spend the remaining time that we have here going into some passages. I'm going to run and get a glass of water. This whole time I've not had water. But anybody wants to start, I can hear you on my headphones.
Any big question, epiphany? Did this help clarify anything for anybody? Is there yeah, share something. I'll be right back.
I'll just go for it. I guess Dave can hear us. The concept or like the word facticity is a new word, a new concept for me, maybe for some of you as well. And so the whole, or like half of the paragraph on page 82 kind of talks about like factuality, facticity, fact with a capital F. And I guess while we wait for Dave, I can just like kind of read that for those who don't have the book at hand. But it's, and yet the factuality of the fact of one's own Dasein is at bottom quite different ontologically from the factual occurrence of some kind of mineral, for example. Whenever Dasein is, it is as a fact, capital F. And the factuality of such a fact is what we shall call Dasein's facticity. This is a definite way of being, and it has a complicated structure which cannot even be grasped as a problem until Dasein's basic existential states have been worked out. The concept of facticity implies that an entity within the world has being in the world in such a way that it can understand itself as bound up in its destiny with the being of those entities which it encounters within its own world. Sorry, there's screaming children behind me. Sorry, I'm being distracted. But I just like want to understand more the concept and the difference between like factuality, facticity, fact with a capital F, and how like Dasein's being is a capital F fact, but like the being, the existence of like my water bottle or any other thing, how does that, the fact of that relate, or is it different?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And it's the question that Nick, if I'm not mistaken, I think Nick brought that up in his reflection as well. What are we talking about when we talk about facticity? So factuality, I mean, really, it's funny once you kind of realize it. All these continental philosophers do the same thing. Like, there's some fundamental distinction. Everybody's missed this fundamental distinction, or there's something that precedes the thing that everybody's always focusing on. And so what they always do is they coin a bunch of new words so that we can talk about the thing, this distinction that's been covered over, or this thing that precedes everything else that no one's thinking about. And so it's like there's a whole set of words here that we're being introduced to, and they're all kind of getting at the same thing. The difference between existential and category is also the difference between facticity and factuality, right? It's the exact same difference. The difference between being in as a cup and being in as a Dasein. That's the same difference as the difference between factuality and facticity. There is the brute fact that the cup is in the room. Yeah, and there's also a brute fact that I am being in the world. But my being in the world is facticity, and that cup's brute fact, that's factuality. And then the uppercase F of this, I'm so glad you brought it up, because I should have talked about it on day one as a sort of basic, how do we read this shit? But it's just a thing about translation. In German, they uppercase
proper nouns. And I think that every case of an uppercase anything occurring beyond, obviously, the beginning of a sentence where you have the uppercase letter, all of those other uppercase words, these are just proper nouns. And that's highly problematic because nouns instantiate things and makes it feel like they are these determinate objects, right? Like one of the things that language does is it takes all kinds of things that are actually verbs and turns them into nouns, right? This is actually a critique Nietzsche develops of a lot of philosophy, and it's a critique of substance ontology and the way that grammar itself through language makes us assume that all kinds of processes in the world are these determinate, isolatable, separated entities, objects, right? And and part of it is instantiating things as nouns. It actually does this. It actually makes it so that we perceive them as nouns when they actually might not be nouns, right? There's no such thing as a human being as a self-standing entity, or as a substance. Like you're looking at a snapshot of a life that has a whole past, a whole future, all of these possibilities, all this negativity that we can't positively discern. But we just take it as a noun. And so I guess I bring all of that up because this is present in Heidegger's entire project. He is thinking about, he's doing a critique of substance ontology. Hegel is doing his own dialectical critique of substance ontology. Everyone's trying to do their critique of substance ontology, and Nietzsche has these insights that Heidegger raises to another level. Heidegger believed that he was sort of the prophesied philosopher of the future who would consummate basically all of the things that Nietzsche had brought up in the 19th century. Heidegger saw himself as being the person who's here to bring it into a philosophy. It's the difference between insights and a theory. You can have a lot of insights, but if you don't have a systematic theory, then you don't know how to hold together those insights. And Heidegger thought he was the one who was going to bring together the theory that makes sense of the insights that Nietzsche was working through. But of course, it's not just Nietzsche. He owes a debt to a lot of philosophers, and he's trying to do that with all of them. But anyway, all that's to say, caution against thinking of nouns as discrete entities, discrete objects, self-standing substances. Be careful about all of that, and just remember it's somewhat arbitrary whenever you see these uppercase things. And so if you look into scholarship, for instance, it's kind of torn. Like not everybody uppercases Dasein. In fact, a lot of times they don't uppercase Dasein. Like whenever I'm reading Being in Time and then I'm writing, I'm uppercasing Dasein because I'm reading the book. But then the rest of my time, I remember, I'm not supposed to be uppercasing these things. Like it's not like when Trump uppercases a word and it's like that's supposed to be a point of emphasis or something, and we're not doing that. And it's definitely not like this medieval thing where they uppercase God, but they don't uppercase something else, it's just proper nouns. But to bring it all back around, factuality, that's cups. Facticity, that's us.
I guess I kind of had some thoughts on that as well. I'm sort of kind of getting a distinction between capital F facts and just basic ass facts as kind of the difference between a tree falling in the forest and you being there to experience it. There are things that occur that are relevant in their own occurrence, but take on a different form of relevance once they're in our sphere of awareness, right?
So let me double check. You're right. There are lowercase f facts in the sentence. He says, and yet the factuality of the fact, lowercase fact, of one's Dasein is at bottom quite different ontologically from the factual occurrence of some kind of mineral, for example, whenever Dasein is, it is as a fact. And the factuality of such a fact is what we shall call Dasein's facticity. See, that makes you think, yeah, that this is going to be a distinction, so that anytime you can see uppercase F fact, we're talking about facticity, and anytime we see lowercase fact, even if it's a reference to Dasein, then we're just talking about something like something present at hand, like its foot. You know, we're just talking about, maybe? I think so. I don't think that that will do you wrong to be thinking of it that way, and you're probably right. And what I would do is just kind of pay attention to it and see if interpreting it that way causes any problems going forward. But I think that that's correct, Adam. I just realized Christopher wasn't showing. There we go. I got you in the frame now, Christopher. Does anybody have a passage that they had kind of heavily underlined, or that they have a bunch of lines beside, and you know you were like, oh, either you were getting a lot out of it or you were very confused, but it was interesting? Because I'm hoping that as you go forward into chapter 3 here, that you will be looking at, that you'll be kind of treating it that way, where it's like, you know, you're getting a sense for the territory. You're developing some questions, even if you can't put them into words yet. And basically taking passages that you have a lot of question marks around, or that you think you might be getting a lot from it, but you kind of want to hear it talked out. Because I kind of want to take a couple stabs at doing some exegesis on something like that. Because that's kind of necessary. You kind of have to practice reading it and then putting it in your own words and going back and forth. And you have to kind of hear other people do it too. But especially with this text, it can get quite confounding when you're doing it by yourself.
If nobody has anything ready to hand, I'd personally, Dave, like to kind of speak to my subjective impression of interacting with this text.
Yeah.
I've sat with, especially this chapter, I've listened to it probably maybe 10 times now, and I've sat with it in physical text while listening to it, and I have trouble. I guess I have trouble drawing my own synthesis from this. You know, I mean, I feel like I'm being lectured at in a way that I can't personally intervene with, or and it might be due to my my relative newness to this kind of pursuit. So, you know, as a result, of course, I don't have anything to bring to this in terms of a specific phrase. You could just as soon perform exegesis on this entire chapter for all for all I might get from a specific phrase, because it's all kind of bam, 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 and yeah, that's been my experience, and I'm not complaining. I'm well and truly perplexed, as you were suggesting we ought to feel. I feel very seen by that.
Well, and I appreciate you for articulating that, because that is, everyone else nod your head if you're kind of feeling similar. Okay, yeah, Ken feels seen too. He's laughing. So yeah, I totally get it, and I don't want to. Well, I guess what I would say is, okay, first of all, that feeling like you're kind of getting lectured at, overwhelmed, not having a bearing in the conversation. It's like Heidegger invented his own language so that he can have a conversation with himself, and no one else is welcome unless they pass through his lecture courses, and now they can have a conversation with him, right? This is, every continental philosopher is an asshole who does that. And in a sort of sense, Theory Underground, like, part of what underground theory is
is like learning how to do this for ourselves, but also learning how to always maintain a bridge with normies, regular working class people, and be able to take like profound, confusing insights that we think that there's a lot to, or concepts that are super useful, and find ways of bringing them back and forth between esoteric and exoteric. Eso being inside, exo being public, and learning how to get into the head of Zizek. Obviously, I mean that's like you've been trying it for years, Adam, and you've made so much headway on that. But it's like every one of these thinkers kind of requires this, and that frustration, the jouissance, perhaps, if you get any from this, or the puzzle, just like teasing out the puzzle, working out the problems, can become something that's satisfying on its own. I kind of say that as a, like on the one side, that's great, but also it's a critique of all of continental philosophy, because at a certain point, people are just getting high on their own farts, getting off on being able to read difficult things, period, right? So so hopefully we're not just doing that. Hopefully we're also actually tackling the most profound and slippery questions ever. I think that we actually are. But on the note about, it's very assertive, right? He's already thought it all out, and now he wants to get you to a certain point, but first he's got to fucking spitball, and he's got to do it a lot, and he's got to kind of get you onto the page with him. And so it's kind of like a lot of okay, keep going, okay, if you say so, right? And it's like, fuck, man. Martha Nussbaum, like that's her primary critique of Heidegger. She hates it. Martha Nussbaum's very good at speaking in ordinary English and relating pragmatic philosophy and virtue ethics to our everyday existence. And so she just can't stand this. And she thinks it's like part of his anti-democratic personality, the fact that he comes in the room and he's got it all figured out, and here he is to tell you about it. Hegel was the same way, right? This is why John Searle at UC Berkeley, the guy that Hubert Dreyfus, one of our favorite Heideggerians, spent his whole life arguing with, John Searle said, this is why he said, don't mess with the three H's. The three H's are Hegel, Husserl, Heidegger. Don't even mess with them. Don't even touch them. They're a waste of time. And I am of the persuasion that says they're not a waste of time. But people who are looking for a quick out to not have to grapple with these thinkers, that's one of the most easy ones, ready to hand. You can just kind of say, well, they're not getting on my level, so fuck them. They want me to get on their level? Nah. But with that all said, I want to turn to a specific page, unless somebody came up with one already. Just got to find my place here on my notes. Okay, first paragraph of section 16 from chapter 3. It's page 102. Part of the reason I'm going to pull something from chapter 3 and then something from the introduction, even though that wasn't assigned, is because it's related to stuff that I was already talking about in the lecture. But before we get into it, Max, what's up, man?
No, I just have a passage, but you far ahead, and then I'll go after you.
Okay. Well, actually, let's see. Yeah, we'll just do this. Nance, can I call on you? Is it okay? Would you read the first paragraph of section 16, including the title?
How the worldly character of the environment announces itself in entities within the world. The world itself is not an entity within the world, and yet it is so determinative for such entities that only insofar as there is a world can they be encountered and show themselves in their being as entities which have been discovered. But in what way is there a world? Is there a world? If Dasein is ontologically constituted by being in the world, and if if an understanding of the being of itself belongs just as essentially to its being, no matter how indefinite that understanding may be, then does not Dasein have an understanding of the world, a pre-ontological understanding, which indeed can and does get along without explicit ontological insights? With those entities which are encountered within the world, that is to say, with their character as within the world, does not something like the world show itself for concernful being in the world? Do we not have a pre-phenomenological glimpse of this phenomenon? Do we not always have such a glimpse of it without having to take it as a theme for ontological interpretation? Has Dasein itself, in the range of its concernful absorption in equipment ready to hand, a possibility of being in which the worldhood of those entities within the world with which it is concerned is, in a certain way, lit up for it, along with those entities themselves?
Thank you. Yeah. The world itself is not an entity within the world. That creates a really big problem for talking about the world, doesn't it? Because everything else we talk about ostensibly are entities within the world. And yet it is so determinative, like it makes it what it is for such entities, that only insofar as there is a world, insofar as we can speak of there being a world, they can only be encountered, any of the entities that we can say is in the world, can only be encountered and show themselves in their being as they are, as entities which have been discovered, right? We cannot talk about anything that's been discovered without it being in the world, right? And in this sense, we're not talking about the planet Earth. I really wanted to say that before you get into chapter 3. We're not talking about the planet Earth. The moon is in our world now. Mars is in our world. I keep listening to the sound of Mars. Nod your head if you've listened to the sound of Mars. Has anyone here listened to the sound of Mars? We've got recordings now of what it sounds like on Mars. So ostensibly for all our entire human history up until this point, Mars kind of didn't exist, right? Like, oh, there's a dot in the sky, and eventually we were able to zoom in on it. But now we can even hear it. I mean, it's becoming more and more a part of our world, right? But Hubert Dreyfus also talks about the world as the world of the professional tennis player, the world of Broadway, the world of skateboarding, the world of academia, right? You could also talk about the world of Islamic philosophy, the world of Arabic, the world of the Quran. You could talk about the world of Pokemon. But he also wants to be able to talk about worldhood as such, the worldhood of the world as such, right? Which is, worldhood, it sounds kind of weird to say worldhood in our common vernacular. We don't have, like, what, adulthood? You know, we have various, we can, fix hood to the end of certain words. It doesn't make it a lot easier to understand what's being said. And I know Anne put a question mark on it already. Worldhood is more like saying worldishness. What is the worldishness of the world? What is the worldhood of the world? You know, it's like he's saying something like that. He's trying to say it in a plain speak way. He's saying, look, the world of the tennis player, the world of the academic, the world of the devout religious priest, but the worldhood of that person's world, what is that? Remember, we talked about being as the condition of intelligibility for anything that is being perceived intentionally, right? It's the background conditions of intelligibility. The worldishness of the world is what makes it possible to talk about there being a world in any of those lifestyles or pursuits or projects. And I say lifestyles, pursuits, or projects because lifestyles, pursuits, and projects all overlap. They all have they all get at something. And project, we normally think about like, oh, project design, you're working on a team, you've got some kind of an outcome you're trying to get deliverables on, and you've got like the flow chart, and you've got a bunch of different tasks, and different tasks are being assigned to different people. No. Yeah, that's all included when we say project, but for Heidegger, whenever we say project, you're also projecting yourself onto the horizon of possibilities. You're navigating it. Like mentats in the Dune series. At least Nance got that reference. Does anybody else get the reference of mentats in the Dune series? Basically, they're the pilots of these spaceships that make intergalactic or light speed travel possible. They collapse. So basically, they swim in a vat of this drug that makes it so that they are able to see all possible realities ahead of the spaceship. And then they are able to make it so that the right path is chosen that avoids all of the asteroids and debris and stuff that's in space. So, but also there are also mentats that aren't there's a difference between the navigators and the mentats. The mentats are actually more like Varys in Game of Thrones. He's an advisor to the king, right? So every duke has a mentat, and they do spice just enough. Like, they're not going to become like these navigators who completely lose touch with the human experience, which, if you live in a vat of spice, you lose touch with humans. But the mentat does just enough so that they can see the horizon of possibilities in a more, in a higher definition way than normal humans are able to see it. Right? Normal human, like right now, sitting there, you can think to yourself, well, after this is done, I can go do X, Y, or Z things, right? There's the things that you are already planning on going and doing. You've already kind of made a decision to do certain things. But then there's other things that you could do as well. Okay, those are all your possibilities. Those are on your horizon, right? And so the basic point is that, the mentat is able to see higher definition, more accurate horizon of possibilities, and then help rulers navigate that. But you lose touch with your humanity when you get addicted to the spice stuff, right? And so mentats and navigators are some special category of thing in the Dune series, but none of that matters. I only made this reference to say, like, this is kind of how Heidegger is thinking about Dasein as a being possible. So have you ever seen that thing where people say, we're not human doings, we're human beings? It's said in like a way that's like, God damn it, right? We're not human doings, we're human beings. And the kind of person who says that is usually someone who's tired of everyone being workaholics and is kind of saying, okay, but come on, can we just chill? Can we just be? Heidegger would say we're neither human beings nor human doings. We're being possibles. And we're the ones who make decisions about those possibles. Yeah. What's up, okay. Yeah, Adam, do you have an interjection on that?
It's funny that you mentioned the mentats, because part of what was important about them was that in the Dune universe, they had outlawed artificial intelligence. And so the mentats were created as essentially a biological workaround for that, what was necessary that wasn't available technologically. As we're flowing into the age of the singularity coming up here in 2 years, if you listen to Kurzweil, then we're dealing with this ChatGPT, the rest of the large language models, and where people are saying, well, it's just a stochastic parrot. And, then there's the question of, well, aren't we all just really stochastic parrots? That just presupposes we aren't just stochastic parrots. And I'm taking this discourse to essentially be a question or a intervention on that notion that this may be what, in fact, disproves the concept of a human being as a stochastic parrot, at least as long as we're not certain kinds of human beings, huh, Heidegger?
Yeah. Yeah,
that about
100%.
right though? Is that
Yeah.
essentially Heidegger's project, if as it were, is to disprove us as stochastic parrots?
Isn't that what Dreyfus did? Not to interject, but his critique of AI was that we have like intentionality and we have care for certain things and like possibilities, where like AI and ChatGPT doesn't have that same like interaction with the texts and other things in the worldhood itself, from my understanding.
Yes.
I got that same thing from Dreyfus's published video.
Yeah, I plan on putting together a movie night for everybody who's doing this reading, where we watch Being in the World, which is the Dreyfus documentary. And I think in it, he actually says, like, I think he says that the idea of self-driving cars is absurd. So it's like, he is kind of just, he's kind of like, it's like, I grew up around people who were very certain that there's no water on other planets, you know? So there's just like, you get weird kinds of certainty about certain things from people. And, but with all of that said, yes, we're not just, yes, absolutely. Heidegger does not think that we're sorry, I can never say this word. It's a word I've heard a lot. Stochastic.
Stoked, bro. I'm stochastic.
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 Stochastic. But could you go ahead and elaborate on what can you explain what this parrot is for everyone else?
As I understand it with my limited fucking brain, it essentially is just less a thing that thinks and more a thing that outputs as a result of inputs.
Right.
Just more of literally what like a large language model does. It doesn't actually think. It just puts together on a using Bayesian probability what is most likely to be an agreeable response.
Thanks, Adam. So are we just reacting to stimuli as behaviorists think that we are? This idea that it's all inputs and outputs at the end of the day is a product of cybernetics, which is obviously downstream from a lot of other things. But cybernetics was developed as a science of control. It's actually called the science of control. And it was, this big project that the CIA, what was prior to the CIA, took very seriously as a response to the Soviet threat. And the internet, in large part, comes out of it. And insofar as we all see and interact in a lot of the ways that we do, all of this stuff is because we are always being experimented on by cyberneticians. Now, I'm not being a conspiracy theorist in that I'm saying a small group of people control all of the things, but I'm saying that there is a general model of thinking about ourselves as basically the way that B.F. Skinner and, like the behaviorists saw us. Just, we're basically salivating dogs responding to bells. And there's some truth to it. But the question is that the truth? I think Heidegger would even say that it's correct. He would have no problem saying it's correct, but he would say that it's not the truth. And that because truth is disclosure of being. And, every revealing is a concealing. And so we've revealed ourselves in our behaviorist ways, but that's not our only way of disclosing ourselves, he would say. So it's correct that we are quite malleable and can be understood in behaviorist terms, but it's not the whole truth of our being possible, but also this tendency to try to reduce us to being predictable as opposed to just being possible. That's the goal. That's the goal of cybernetics. It's the goal of cybernetics insofar as it is used by advertising, marketing, data harvesting, the attention economy, capitalism more broadly, the commodification of everything, but also, and more importantly, maybe at the base, because it's got a longer historical presence, is the state's need to secure its subjects by rendering them transparent, intelligible, predictable. If the human population can be rendered predictable, then the chance aspect of what occurs is not going to be as much of a problem, like this Machiavelli talks about. Like the ruler has to control as much as can be controlled, because fortune is always going to do what it does, right? You can't control fortune, but you can control what you can control. And cybernetics, its goal is to understand us as just putting out what's been put in. And to some degree, there's definitely some truth to it. Now, the whole question as far as Dreyfus, I mean, obviously, there are already self-driving cars in the Bay Area. Ann and I were just there, and there were self-driving cars, and we saw them in San Francisco. And that's his neck of the woods. That's where Dreyfus was up until when he passed away a few years ago. And so I guess the, bracketing aside that he didn't think that there would be self-driving cars, there's the question of whether we're just these stochastic parrots or not.
Stochastic carrots, dude. We're just going with that from now on. Okay?
All right. Are we stochastic carrots or not? As far as people who did the best job they could to argue that we're not, Heidegger might be at the very top of the list. Like, he might be, if you're looking for someone to steel man that position without just reverting to appeals to religion or tradition in a sort of dogmatic way, as far as a way that is critically tied to dialogue with and thinking through the fundamental problems of philosophy, science, logic, math, you're not going to get a better person for doing that with than Heidegger. But my question would then be, did Dreyfus go far enough? Was his reading of Heidegger radical enough? Did he do I can't vouch to his defense of human versus AI and the impossibility of AI because I haven't read his stuff firsthand. And so if anybody does undertake that reading while this is all going on, that'll be really interesting. Obviously, we could spend like hours on this quote, but I'm going to go ahead and just touch on a couple other things. We'll turn it over to Max, do that quote, and close this out. I'm not going to do the one from the beginning of the text. There's this wonderful part, I think it's like page 21, 22, 23, it's around there, where Heidegger's like, he basically says that thing about how people say, he just says all this stuff about being, where he's basically saying what I was saying at the beginning of today's lecture. And I was going to read it out because it's great, but I might bring it back later because it's one of those classic paragraphs that I think we should be returning to as we go. But to finish out this paragraph, he says, if Dasein is ontically constituted by being in the world, and if an understanding of the being of its self belongs just as essentially to its being, right? These are operating assumptions for him. And he's saying, if they're true, no matter how indefinite that understanding may be, then does not Dasein have an understanding of the world, a pre-ontological understanding, which indeed can and does get along without explicit ontological insights? Now I'm beating a dead horse because we have been over all of this, but the basic point is we can get along without ontology. Humans have, for most history, not had a science of ontology. This is just a weird philosopher thing. It's a weird philosopher fixation. And Heidegger thinks that it comes from a weird, historically unique moment, right? With those entities which are encountered within the world, that is to say, with their character as within the world, does not something like the world show itself for concernful being in the world? Do we not have a pre-phenomenological glimpse of this phenomenon? Do we not always have such a glimpse of it without having to take it as a theme for ontological interpretation? Has Dasein itself, in the range of its concernful absorption and equipment ready to hand, a possibility of being in which the worldhood of those entities within the world with which it is concerned is, in a certain way, lit up for it, along with those entities themselves? So, how do we light up the worldhood of the world? How do we bring into the foreground the background conditions of intelligibility for anything that we foreground through intentional acts? Heidegger's going to try to show us, obviously for these next 3 chapters, but especially in this chapter. And honestly, I think it's one of the most exciting things. This is why people, if they don't read the whole book, they at least read this chapter.
Okay, we're all getting into really fun territory. And so to me personally, I think chapter 2 is probably the most boring chapter out of the first 6 chapters of this whole book. And I didn't tell anybody that until the end, because you've already done it. But I didn't want to, you know, discourage anybody from actually engaging with it seriously. But it's pretty straightforward, and it's got a lot of cachet once you've read the other chapters and then you come back to it, because there's a lot of foreshadowing that he's doing in this chapter. But oh my God, it's just going to get really, really good. And so I really want to encourage you to sit down tomorrow or Monday and get into it. You got to do it early in the week, because you've got 3 times as many pages to read this week than you did last week. 3 times as many, because I think it's about 30 pages. So make sure to take a look at the syllabus to figure out exactly where. But with that said, Max, what's the passage you got?
At the bottom of 79, there's 2 paragraphs to the top of page 81.
Bottom of 79. Oh, I'm having my e-reader, it's not even working. I've got a problem. My computer's probably burning up. But how about everybody just goes to that section? I'm sorry I can't pull it up on the screen because Acrobat Reader is not responding. But yeah, do you want to read it, Max? Or
if you want to show mine, I have it up.
I can read, yeah, no problem. If you want to share out of, pull it up.
Here.
Okay, I'll read. Bottom of page 79. Being in, on the other hand, is a state of Dasein's being. It is an existentiel. So one cannot think of it as the being present at hand of some corporeal thing, such as a human body, in an entity which is present at hand. Nor does the term being in mean the spatial in one anotherness of things present at hand, any more than the word in primordially signifies a spatial relationship of this kind. In is derived from inan, to reside, habiter, to dwell, and signifies I am accustomed, I am familiar with, I look after something. It has the signification of kolo in the sense of habito and diligo. The entity to which being in this signification belongs is one which we have characterized as that entity which, in each case, I myself am. The expression bin is connected with by, and so ich bin, I am, means in its turn, I reside, or dwell alongside the world, as that which is familiar to me in such and such a way. Being, sein, as the infinitive of ich bin, that is to say, when it is understood as an existentiel, signifies to reside alongside, to be familiar with. Being in is thus the formal existential expression for the being of Dasein, which has being in the world as its essential state. Being alongside the world, in the sense of being absorbed in the world, a sense which, we're just at the top of page 81 now, a sense which calls for still closer interpretation, is an existentiel founded upon being. In these analyses, the issue is one of seeing a primordial structure of Dasein's being, structure in accordance with whose phenomenal content the concepts of being must be articulated. Because of this, and this is an important point, because of this, this structure is in principle one which cannot be grasped by the traditional ontological categories. This being alongside must be examined more closely. We shall again choose the method of contrasting it with a relationship of being, which is essentially different ontologically, vis-a-vis categorical, but which we express by the same linguistic means. Fundamental ontological distinctions are easily obliterated, and if they are to be investigated, envisaged phenomenally in this way, this must be done explicitly, even at the risk of discussing the obvious. The status of the ontological analytic shows, however, that we have been far from interpreting those obvious matters with an adequate grasp, still less with regard to the meaning of their being. And we are even farther from possessing a stable coinage for the appropriate structural concepts. An existential being alongside the world never means anything like a being present at hand, together of things that occur. So the interesting thing for me was just at the very top where he was saying, in these analyses, the issue is one of seeing a primordial structure of Dasein's being, a structure in accordance with those with whose phenomenal content the concepts of being must be articulated. Because of this, and because the structure is in principle one which cannot be grasped by the traditional ontological categories, this being alongside we must be examined still more closely. So is this the problem that we have in Descartes and Aristotle and previous ontology, that the present at hand sort of blocks off the being in?
That the present at hand is the doxa of the being in? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that basically he's saying here that we have this primordial structure of Dasein's being. This is at the top of page 81.
Oh, 81.
Yeah. I think you have it there, yeah. 81, yeah.
Let me bring it over so it's getting clipped on the side here. But I had to, and I had to Control Alt Delete End Task Restart.
No, that's not good. That's not good.
Yeah.
So at the bottom of page 80, he's saying being in is thus a formal existential expression for being of Dasein, which has being in the world as its essential state. And then being alongside is absorbed in the world. And then this is the primordial structure of Dasein, and the structure whose phenomenal content, the concepts of being must be articulated. This is top of page 81. And so because of this, because the structure is in principle one which cannot be grasped by traditional ontological categories, this being alongside must be examined more closely.
Yeah, I think this ties directly into that that last quote, actually, that was from the paragraph following from section 16, right?
Mm-hmm.
When he says, it's not an entity, the world is not an entity in the world, right?
Yes.
We can kind of talk about air, wind, oxygen as entities in the world. And in a sort of sense, they can be perceived, they can be measured, but it took a while to get to the point where we could, right? Because they're not obvious, right? Like we feel them, and we definitely know when we don't have oxygen. But how much more so for the worldhood of the world, right? And we're talking about something like all of these existentials that are. He says we need to be naive to even talk about them. So we're going to have to talk about the obvious. Like we're going to have to talk about things that, like, one of my favorite people in the world, she'll say, well, I'm not smart. I'm just some idiot. She always kind of like does this self-deprecating thing because she's not a bookish person. She didn't do well in school. But then she'll just make statements of fact and be like, well, I take from this X, Y, and Z. And it's like, she actually has profound insight into things. And will say things that a person who's thinking about everything in propositional terms and has to be measured and made present isn't. And it's because you can kind of be attuned to a situation, but the situation is bigger than any of its moments, Yeah. So, I mean, yeah. And this beat, yeah, what were you going to say?
I was going to say that it seems that the two things, that there's a sort of really uncanny aspect in Heidegger. I mean, as you were saying about this obviousness, I mean, the blacksmith knows his world in his workshop. He doesn't need to look at the hammer before he takes it up. He just reaches out, takes the hammer, and starts hammering away. But we do this every single day. But it's only now with Heidegger that we're actually getting an ontology of being in the world in that way, which is so wild.
I know, it took 2,500 years to get there.
Yeah. And we have to, the phenomenology is a deconstruction, because it's only by deconstructing and going back in that uncanny way to being in the world that you, in a sense, by being so busy in the world, you forget that you're in the world. And then as a philosopher, you have to sort of step back and look at your busyness to become aware of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I think this next chapter here is why I mean this is going to be where the rubber really starts to hit the road. And I just want to point out that people get so excited about these sort of rigorously worked through, our interpretations of things that we all do that we didn't really ever think about in a theoretical way, like theorizing practice, right? Like he talks about, like, people think about practice as a-theoretical, but here he's theorizing it, right? And we get so excited about it because it's so relatable. And once it clicks, it really takes off. But it's absolutely crazy to me that people think they can just stop on the first division, because he's doing an immanent critique of all of this. Division 1 it's kind of like when Marx spends the first several chapters of Capital basically recapitulating the classical economists' critique of, not critique, but political economy. Classical political economy is basically what he's recapitulating for the first several chapters of Volume 1 of Capital. But he's setting it up so he can imminently critique it. People read that shit, they take from it basically what Ricardo and Adam Smith are saying, with the addition of the dual nature of the commodity form, and then they think they've got Marx figured out. No, but Marx and Heidegger are both influenced by the Hegelian moment that is saying you ain't shit if you don't imminently critique your predecessors. You have to sublate everyone else through an imminent critique that shows a more intimate understanding of all of them and all of their concepts and all of the fundamental problems with which they were engaged, and then show what they all missed and how their project actually falls apart given your thing. And so, they have this ideal in mind. Both Marx and Heidegger have this ideal in mind, and both of them, the tendency is, because these are tomes and people have limited time energy, really, they don't have any, these tomes get undertaken, and people get so excited by the first few chapters, and then, but you basically got it, right? No, dude, they're doing an imminent critique of that shit. And so both Marx and Heidegger, people tend to stop within the first 6 chapters, and those 6 chapters ain't it. It's a very important part of getting to where you got to get to, but so being in the world, I think, focusing on this for the next, through July 22nd, fantastic. But the reason we're taking that month off and coming back to it refreshed and really ready to hit it again and go hard is because it's Division 2 where so much of this that's so relatable and commonsensical then gets, well, if all of that's true, well, then X, Y, Z. And then we got to go, oh shit, damn, is he right? And we're going to have really big questions about it. And really it's going to be Division 2 when he gets into the more existentialist side of things. But for the time being, I'm excited that you all get to see this thing. It's like showing my favorite movie to somebody. Like the fact that you're all about to get into chapter 3, it's like, this is like the porn or the candy or the fast food section. It's going to be a bitch because it's hard, but when it clicks, and there's a lot of really powerful moments where shit's going to click for you coming up here soon. Anyway, Adam, you've had your hand up for a bit.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to trailer on to what Max was talking about. I love this last sequence on 81 regarding the status of the ontological analytic shows that we've been far from interpreting these obvious matters with an adequate grasp. It's funny. That's a direct. It seems like that Zupancic must have taken that and just rephrased it herself at the introduction of what is sex, right? That's literally what she's saying at the beginning of that text, where it's we've been using the and then just sorry. I'm also in love with the tie back to the introduction where it talks about the closer we are ontically to a thing, the further we are from grasping its ontology, if I'm phrasing that correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that's that relation to the what is sex text. Sorry to those of you that aren't in that class to be intertextual. But it's a beautiful reminder of the lack of coherence just at the fundamental level of all of the presuppositions that frankly all of our fucking society is built on.
Mm-hmm.
We just have this. We know what sex is. I could tell you, or at least I could tell you I've seen it, but I don't know actually what it is. And I'm really appreciating having gotten some of the Hegel in me through Zizek for respecting the fact that it's possible. And I'm wondering to what degree Heidegger gets to this, but it's possible that there isn't a fundamental, a solid way of having an ontology, that you're stuck with that gap, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's where we're at. We're stuck with that gap, and yet all of society's been built on the notion of papering over that, and going with like Kant's little transcendental bridge, basically. Let's just move on from this. Not worry about the gap that we're stepping over here.
Exactly.
So I don't know. Yeah, I'm excited too for your favorite chapter, or your favorite movie here.
Yeah, one big, well, yeah, without getting too intertextual or in the weeds, because obviously we do want to be taking him on its own terms here, but just quick relation to it is her idea of the non-relation being the thing presupposed by all of our bonds. We form bonds because we actually lack a natural inherent relationality, right? Because we don't have a species being. Right? We don't have a species being, we don't have an instinct. So instead, we have to build bonds, right? We have to establish and build them. They have to be maintained. Right. If we don't maintain our bonds, then, and we just think, oh, well, of course I'm friends with that person. Yeah, well, if you haven't been building bonds with that person over the last 10 years and they're just a friend to you in your head, are you really friends? And so, you can go too far down that rabbit hole. The fact is nobody has time, energy to be friends, and so we all have to give each other a lot of grace. But that idea...
That in itself is friending, though. That grace.
That
we
grace
need to
is...
give each other the space to do that. That is the beingness of friends. To know that I can't know your totality, and
yes.
You can't know mine. We need to just be happy with what we get.
Exactly. That's actually a really good point. And the grace is part of being a friend. But I only reiterated so much of that so that the people who aren't in the class, who haven't read the book, at least, yeah, the non-relation is just this thing that it's prior to the bridges we build. And I wanted to say it's similar to what Heidegger is doing, but I think he's saying the opposite. We have a fundamental relation that is the thing that all of our other associations presuppose. And that is the relation, the inherent relationality of being in the world. Right?
It's probably just because Heidegger didn't read enough Zupancic.
It's true. No, he didn't. I hear he's working on something though. But yes, so I want to say that I don't know. This is probably not too important, but it's worth saying anyway. Heidegger is not doing metaphysics. He is anti-metaphysics. He thinks that metaphysics is, he uses the word like a slur. He considers scientism to be metaphysics, because it's saying, oh, I know what fundamental reality is. And he's saying, no, you fucking don't. And in this sense, he's still influenced by Kant, even though he's arguing with Kant. And all of these people are arguing with Kant in their own ways, but they basically accept, yeah, we're not going to just do airy-fairy speculation that doesn't have a basis on what can be phenomenally experienced, right? So he's deducing existential structures on the basis of what can be phenomenally experienced, which is kind of the spirit of an empiricism, even though it's a critique of empiricism. So it's kind of like using the master's tools against the master, to say, no, we're not going out into the transcendental beyond, and we're not making these grandiose metaphysical statements about the fundamental nature of reality. No, instead we are starting from where we are, what we experience, and then we are deducing the structures of our situation on that basis, and then seeing what we come up with from that. But it's not he's doing his best to not do a metaphysics or an ontotheology, as he'll later call it. And I don't know that Zupancic is using this distinction at all. Like, it seems like when she talks about ontology, she's talking about metaphysics, and that's fine. That's not a problem for her or for anything that she's doing. But I want to highlight this because when people talk about Heidegger doing ontology, a lot of time they'll talk about him as though he's doing metaphysics, because for most people, there's really not this strong difference between ontology and metaphysics, right? We're talking about the being of beings, so it feels kind of like metaphysics, but he's not wanting to do metaphysics, and so he's critiquing metaphysics. So he calls it fundamental ontology, even though what he's doing is a critique of all existing ontologies that were metaphysical. So it's kind of like when Marx writes the Communist Manifesto, but his whole project up to that point had been a critique of all existing leftisms, including communism, which he saw to be like a really idealistic, like childish sort of wish fulfillment fantasy playing itself out in the workers' movement. He was hoping that the workers' movement would evolve, mature, and be able to do something for real. And so he writes the manifesto for it. Okay, it's kind of crazy that he writes the manifesto for it, considering he was its biggest critic. Murray Rothbard, libertarian guy, writes the Libertarian Manifesto. He was the biggest critic of libertarianism at the time. What the fuck? In fact, the dude actually was about as authoritarian as Heidegger. Like, he uses all this talk about liberty and democracy and freedom, but in all actuality, he's for a Mussolini-like figure to come in and make capitalism work. So Murray Rothbard and Heidegger and Marx both write manifestos for things that they were the biggest critics of. Heidegger's doing a fundamental ontology. That's what he's calling it. But this is not ontology by anybody from the tradition of ontology in the history of philosophy. None of them would recognize it, right? And so then you have people who've never really read Heidegger, and they write him off as doing ontology because they've read other philosophy and they got this idea for ontology, and now they just, oh, well, fuck, I don't care. So I just wanted to highlight that, because you will see that now that you're developing this intimate sort of understanding of this project. You will see people write it off. Oh, it's just questioning being and it's just ontology. And it kind of what they're doing is making an assumption. And it's like, you're critiquing him for something that he's not doing. And actually, he's the best critic of the thing that you don't like. You didn't even realize it.
It sounds eerily similar to Zizek's kind of rebuttal to Derrida at Hegel. And knocking down the open door. Yeah, exactly. All right, well, everybody, we're basically at the almost 3 hour mark here. I don't want it to go over that length of time. The lecture was
a little bit longer than I'd actually planned on it being. But then again, there was also more. My goal is to say everything in 6 different ways, because when it comes to this kind of thing, it helps to hear the same thing in different ways.
Blah blah blah.
Or at least I hope it does.
Blah 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 blah. I can't listen to myself talk anymore. I had to tap out for a while there because I just can't, you know. But I hope you all enjoyed lectures 1 and 2 from Division 1 of Being in Time here at Theory Underground. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you did, make sure to smash the like button. Say something encouraging in the comment section. And consider signing up for the course. The best way to do that is to become a tier 3 or 4 subscriber at Theory Underground, or just buy the course. So, you know, it depends on what works best for you. Just look at the 2 plans. But yeah, you can go to the store at Theory Underground and check out the subscription tiers, see if that's right for you. Or just go straight to the course, check that out. There's different tiers for everything. Because like, some people just need the basic plan. Other people want something that requires a lot more time and energy and commitment from me. And I'm tired. And I only have so much to give. In fact, I'm so exhausted that the thing I'm going to go do right now is take a nap. Because I am constantly wiped out around this time of the day. Thanks to this new job that I'm working. It has me waking up super early in the morning. But anyway, I don't know. That gets me excited. This book always gets me excited. Division 2 is really something special. And it's something that, as I was saying earlier at the very beginning, it doesn't get taken seriously enough, especially in the American scholarship. I think it's essential. I think it's really cool. I think you're going to enjoy it. With that, I am going to close this thing out. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Yeah, Nance. Nap time indeed. Good to see you're still here, Nance. Thank you for also keeping an eye on the chat and everything. I know that you were keeping an eye on things as well. And so really appreciate that. Nance. Awesome. All right, everybody. Hope you all have a really great rest of your day. Take care. Make sure to get the Theory Underground app. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe. Do all the things. Peace.